to put this in. Okay, there we go. Hello. I'm Box Cats. We'll be doing some Virche tonight. Some epic lycris. I hope you don't mind, but I'm still kind of eating dinner, so I'll be eating it as we go. Yeah, I'm gonna do slide. There we go, there's that. Alright, some water. That took longer than I thought it was. Okay, so I thought it would be. I still needed the. I had made the overlay, like the visual, but I hadn't put like the gone into stream elements and put the text aligned to text box. So I thought I'd just like quickly do that, but that ended up taking its 8 now. I think I did that around like 5. Yeah, that took much longer than I thought. Maybe not 5, maybe 6. Anyway, it took much longer than I thought. But I finally got it. Oh, I might need to change the other text. As you can barely see it. Okay, damn it. I thought I had it. Damn it. Let me try this. As I still have it up, so... But now it's like the computer's far away, so I can't see anything. I'm like squinting. Maybe if I change the font style? I feel like that's not gonna do it. Okay. I'm gonna have to use my frickin' camera as like to zoom in. I mean... Custom fonts. Style? Listen about. Why is the text next to it so pale, but it doesn't give me any other color settings, just one color setting for the purple. I have custom fonts? No, that didn't do anything. Okay, maybe if I make the stroke bigger. Try 8. And then save. Copy.
終焉のビルジュエピックリコリス
Man, I need to... okay. Did that do anything? Doesn't look like it. No, it didn't. Okay, well, okay, fine, whatever. Damn it. I don't know why it's like that, but okay, I'm gonna have to find a way to fix that later. Damn it, I thought I had it! I need some water. I made a chicken pot pie. It's not from scratch, though. I do have those sometimes, but they take quite a while, so not often. But I put a Marie Callender's one in the oven and let that cook while I did other things. Okay, I think I got everything. I said this yesterday, but the other day I saw a TikTok of someone doing like a jewelry unboxing, and I realized I have all of this like jewelry in my closet that I always forget to like wear. So I'm trying to do more of that. So I have a pair of earrings, but I think they blend too much into my hair for anyone to see. And put on a different kind of necklace. Okay. Oh, well. Anyway, that doesn't matter, but you know, I'm trying things out.
終焉のビルジュエピックリコリス
Am I not hearing anything there? There we go. I had to restart it. Alright. Alright, so yes. We're gonna be doing Sciens encore? No, not encore, emotion. I thought it was on. Okay, I mixed the two up. But the like ending sequels or Afterstory type thing. So we'll be doing that. I still need to do Yves and Mathis's good ending on the encore side end. But the other three are done. I was working on Mathis's last night, but I got tired. And I kind of fell asleep. So I just saved and like come back to it like, well, considering the time, probably tomorrow. Les, you want to work on that? No, okay. Now let's go with the original plan. Yeah, let me put the other one. I want to make sure audio is decent. What I might need to move this over just a teensy bit. Okay, that's fine. Because I need to see the TV. Oh, that's one. So yeah, as you can see, I made a new overlay. I wanted to try something different. So I have like a I made the main screen bigger and moved my webcam over to the side. It might layer. All right. Okay, we're back. Okay, I don't know what happened, but OBS disconnected for whatever reason. As I was saying, my little webcam window, I might need to make that smaller. This is my first time testing this new overlay out on stream. So I might want to do that later. But yeah, I can, and I, as I said, I put the chat inside a little visual novel type text box thing. I'm wondering if I should make that a little taller, too? Or if that would take up too much of the camera. If I made it smaller, then the text would be smaller. I think I need to make it smaller either way. Okay. Well, I'll fix that later. But yeah, I wanted to try a new kind of like overlay, a new kind of design. And, you know, just see how it worked. As I have my suspicions that, like, I don't know if, I think it is true, but, like, I noticed, like when I look at the VODs, the number counts of who viewed it, I do notice that when I have an active chat, I get a higher view count, rather than when I have one or two people, or one or two chat messages, or no chat messages. So I thought maybe making it smaller and more like less less like it was might help that. I'm just, it's kind of like just like a test to see if that's actually true. But I have a feeling it is. So I'm gonna try this. And if I get a really active chat, maybe I'll switch over to the other chats. You know, this one. But since that's not the case right now, we'll stick with this new one and see how it works. Maybe I should put a little something there in the little switch that the cat is holding. I can't speak. Damn it. I feel like I should have something on the side, but I couldn't think of anything to put there. No, but I did make the entire thing, so... For my mediocre skill, it's not that bad. At least in my opinion. But yeah, that's a new thing that I'm trying out today. Oh yeah, you know what I found the other day? I bought this, like, back in, like, 2011 or something like that, an anime convention. And I found this in, like, a little storage container in the guest room. A Death Note. So, I thought I'm gonna start using this whenever a character appears that I really, really, really hate. Like Capuchin. So when he appears, we'll be writing his name in here. You know, just for fun. Obviously, it's not real, but like, I thought it would be a fun little idea. Gotta eat before it gets cold. Alright, so yeah, I'll do what I've been doing recently and just do the MC and narration voices. And eat while while the other stuff goes on. And yeah. So that's how we'll be doing the reading today. Am I on it? Okay. Nope. Okay. There we go. So yeah, we're doing Sciens since he's my guy. And wait, actually, didn't I do this? Sorry, like. Oh, no, chat boxes. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I will have to. Sorry, I thought I had the little the webcam window as a separate image, because I did consider doing that. But okay, no, I didn't. So I was gonna, you know, I thought I just remembered that, and I was gonna, you know, make it smaller now. But I would still have to. Well, just move it over. But anyway, so I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, since we did Sciens on the on stream, he's the only one we've done on stream. The side end. Oh no, we did Adolf on stream last time. Which I preferred the you know, the Romeo Juliet ending rather than the life support ending. I'm like, yeah, I prefer the bad ending rather than the good one. Is the good one is the one that gave you visuals in the credits. So that's how you tell the difference. But yeah, I prefer the bad one. I'm like, no, that's no. I'm nah. You know, just pull the plug if I don't have any like cognitive ability. Just pull the plug. But that's a personal opinion. But yeah, that was last stream. But yeah, we did Science first when we started the game, and so I thought we would do the emotion part after story on stream as well. So that is today. I feel like I need to turn the game up. Yeah, I had to turn it down the other day for Code Realize. Maybe a little more. Alright, I think that's decent. I'm waiting for the chat to... There we go. We'll try it out. Yeah. So... yes. Why did I put this down? Okay, yeah, sorry. Let's go. But in other news, I hope everyone has been doing well again. I know I always say that, but I do. And yeah, hope you've had a good day if it's evening where you are. So yeah, we'll just kind of hang out and relax and read a visual novel tonight. Alright, now let's go. Okay, so the spare ending sequel or the good ending? Like personally, I was saying this on his Roots when we streamed that I would love like a wedding scene in the fan disc. So if that happens, that will make me really happy. So. But I guess let's start with the despair, and then we'll end on the salute. Also, since I was doing it on my own, you know, I was looking at some of the like more French words. I actually went and looked up how to pronounce, and I was pronouncing you know, the market mar. I was pronouncing it March. It is marqué. Sometimes I think like I just need to learn French when I play like otome games, because randomly you just see French words sometimes, and I'm like, I have no idea how to pronounce that. It's kind of funny. But anyway, yes, let's start with the despair. Actually, I want to... How do you pronounce that? Let me see real quick. This is... Paul? This is poor. Virce de la coda desespor. 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 These is poor.
Désespoir.
These is poor. So... Yeah, okay, actually the last one wasn't bad. Okay, let's go with that. I'm so bad at other languages, like it's not even funny. Like there was one time when I worked at Panera that like someone named Jesus ordered something and I had to, you know, write the name and or I don't know how to write or he wrote it as Jesus. So it's and then he looked at me like this "are you stupid" kind of look. And I'm like, "Yes, I may be Latina, but I did not grow up in a Latina household. I grew up in an American household. I'm adopted." So I'm like, sorry. No, I've never been good at languages. Anyway. Him in his messy room. Sciens, you're doing too much. You need a rest.
何を言う。お前の寿命がいよいよ迫っているんだ。休んでいる暇などない。
But
無事にこの国の呪いを解いたら、お前と共にいくらでも休んでやる。その時は嫌というほど構ってやるから安心しろ。
I think I heard the echo of the TV. Okay, let me give me a sec. Yeah, let's turn this down like a teensy bit. The microphone. Because I do believe I have noise reduction on, right? Let me see. Yeah, noise suppression, I have that on. Okay, well, we'll see if that, does anything. Maybe I need to turn my mic down on the OBS. I spoke to the invisible Sciens and reached out to her. Oh, okay, we're starting there. Oh. Okay, so let me... Anyone who has not played the game, this is a spoiler, so I'm sorry to... If you don't want to be spoiled, you might not want to watch this. But if you don't care, then yes, join me. Okay, but yeah, let me explain for anyone else who's like wants to understand what's going on. Okay, so at the end of the original game on his routes, okay, so Sciens was yes, he was in the like the little reliver pod thing. And he was, yeah, the process was going. And while that was happening, because you can't cancel it once it starts, the people who were attacking the Institute barged in and killed Sciens, more or less. It wasn't an immediate death, but like, and apparently, Sciens, he got out of the pod quick enough that she was still alive, but essentially didn't have the backup data to be a reliver. She couldn't have an actual body, because there's a whole process. So while she was still alive, in order to try to save her, he extracted her memories, like her personality, and inserted it into himself, because obviously there's no body to insert it into. So the only way he could save her in any sense of the word was to insert her into his brain. Because the reason he was in the pod was previously, okay, so in this game, in this world, there's a curse, but it's actually just like the ground is poisoned, and so, you know, there's everything they eat ends up poisoned, and, you know, it's the people of this country can only live to the age of 23. So that's the point of the reliver bodies that Sciens created, to, you know, extend life, and every 23 years they have to go back and you get a new one. And but yeah, these reliver bodies, like, the feeling of love is too strong for the heart that was created for the reliver body, and has a habit of overloading, like, the body, and like the body, like, it reacts badly and the person dies. Too much love, I guess. I know it's strange, but like, the feeling of love overloads the heart, but so in order to prevent that, the feeling of love, when he like creates the bodies and, you know, moves the memories and stuff over to the reliver body, he has to take out the feeling of love. So whenever you turn into a reliver, you lose the feeling of love. So in Sciens, such that he's like, you know, it impedes my my thinking ability, so, you know, it's not needed anyway. But we made him, Sciens, made him think otherwise, and so he, you know, he made the technology so it actually can do that. And he entered the pod as, like, you know, the first person to try it out to gain emotion. So, you know, and, you know, then Sciens dies. The first emotion you get is loss. Loss of a loved one. Great, right? And that explains that one scene, that one picture in the very beginning where he's like, yeah, this. So yeah, he's like, so now he's talking to the memory of Sciens in his brain. So he's, from everyone else's point of view, he's talking to no one. And he looks totally crazy. Like, so that's where we are. Sciens is dead, but he's able to communicate with her in his brain. So So that's what's going on right now. It's actually really sad. I cried a lot at that ending. But yeah, that is what is happening here. And so now what we're playing now is an after what happened after that event. Okay, now you're more or less caught up. There's other stuff that happened, but you know, that's more or less the important stuff for you to understand what's going on. And I'll explain anything else if it comes up. Or he will, probably. The game will probably take that into consideration and explain. But yeah. Now we're in the after part. Okay, and with that, that's everything. So let's go. Sorry. Oh yeah, also he eats bread off the floor. So that always makes me laugh. His whole diet is bread. Anyway. I spoke to the invisible Sciens and reached out to her. I wasn't sure how long it had been since I began living with Sciens like this. Research has been progressing steadily, and I had acquired emotions in my memory bank that ascended me to the realm of gods. Yeah, he also has a god complex, but you know, considering he is like the only thing keeping the people in this country alive, it's actually kind of, you know, it's acceptable. At this rate, I should be able to give Sciens a lifespan like those outside the country before she died from the curse. Still. Sciens? Is there a problem?
Yeah.
Her voice wasn't heard through my ears, and I couldn't feel her warmth. My heart surged with pain as I recalled the voices of the researchers calling me a madman.
大丈夫だ。俺は間違って
Can you
などい
blame
ない。
them?
セレスは確かにここで俺と共に生きている。
I understood this, but
改良したはずの俺のメモリーは、心臓はこんなにもきしむんだ。
yeah, he's still trying to understand these emotions. So yeah, he has the feeling of like heartbreak, but he doesn't understand that that's what it is. So another reason it's kind of sad. Another reason why I want them to be happy, and hoping there's a happy, you know, like marriage kind of ending in the sequel. The salutes. Oh yeah, I guess I should explain about Sciens. Okay, so Sciens. So the people of this country called her Death. because people around her tended to die. Like, if she wasn't doing anything, they just, died. So she thought she was cursed. And, but it ends up that, like, she was born in the licorice field. I don't know how. Okay, this part, doesn't make sense to me. But apparently, by being born in the licorice field, her body has the same, like, ability as a licorice. And whenever she feels, like, strong emotions, she emits kind of like a bit of a toxic gas that, like, it's invisible, but, like, it speeds up the lifespan of the people around her. So she actually, kind of was. Let me have a little more to eat because it's getting really cold. So yeah, they were trying to fix that, but before they could, she died. So there shouldn't be any further glitches. A few years had passed. With Cereza's support, I created a memory bank compatible with existing relivers that allowed retention of all emotion. I brought to fruition what I once turned my back upon. Victory over the curse of death.
神の長寿シアンブロフュアーズ様のおかげだ。あのお方こそこの国の真の統率者だ。
All hail the religion of Scientology. I mean, this building looks like a church. Like, it has the stained glass window there, and, like, I don't know, it looks like it could be like a place of worship. And his name is Sciens, and they specialize here in technology, and and people think of him as like a god. So, put it all together, you get this Church of Scientology. And I find that hilarious. I'm not religious, but I'd support a Scientology. All hail our Lord and Savior. Alright. There or something. Push that off. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. I also love the music in this game. Like, I absolutely love the music in this game. It just, like, it's so good. It's so good. Arbachel rejoiced with fervor upon hearing my speech held in front of the Institute. The people were praising my victory over the curse, despite denouncing me not long ago. Fix this. So you finally did it, Sciens. I knew you'd be able to make this happen.
そうか。
It's bittersweet. For some reason, my chest was still creaking, despite returning to my position as a god. I still didn't know why this was happening. Wondering what the cause could be, I was about to hold on my chest when
これで私たちずっと愛する恋人同士でいられるのね。
yeah, because obviously if when you turn into a reliver and you lose the feeling of love, there are some couples that break up, and most couples get together who are relivers for convenience, or, you know, just because. So yeah, for the people of the country, this is big.
いや、恋人にとどまる必要なんかないさ。俺と結婚しよう。呪いが解けた今なら寿命なんて気にせずずっと一緒にいられる。
Maybe I should. Move this close to me, maybe? In front of my very eyes, I saw lovers raising their voice with joy for the future ahead. Some were even brazen enough to kiss in public. My mind froze from the sights. Sciens?
なあ、セレス。
I quietly asked Sciens a question when she called my name with concern.
救済されたアルペシエールで誰もが喜ぶ中、なぜただ一人お前だけが俺の元に帰ってこない。
I'm gonna cry.
なぜこいつらは
Decades following the invention of reliable technology had passed. The people in front of me lived life lazily, throwing their lives in my hands as someone with power.
救済の始まりとなった俺とお前を差し置き、喜び、触れ合い、愛を誓っている。
Yes. I could see now. That was why my chest was creaking. An emotion filled with the heat of hatred was born within me. I think it's more envy than hatred, but you know, they have similarities. Suddenly, my mind was muddled by something dark.
俺とて、お前の姿を瞳に映したい。お前に、この手で触れたい。
Do you want this up? I'm sorry, there's gonna be an echo, but I wanna... This is important to me. But that would never come to be.
いや、まさか。
I mean, I guess if he did what John did with Mathis, then I guess. But she wouldn't look like... It wouldn't be Cerez. Like... Because I don't think there's a way for that to work, but I mean, he could probably figure something out, but I mean... Is that where we're going? I wasn't the same now as I was when I kept away from the curse before. I had ascended to the realm of gods, so I could make a miracle happen if I wanted. Yes. Even resurrection from the dead. That is
お前
where
も
we're
いい加
going.
減俺の元に戻ってきたいだろう。その願いを叶えてやる。空虚でも幻想でもない現実として。
Yes. Even if it required countless sacrifices to be made. Oh god. People are gonna be dying again, aren't they? Damn it! Okay, I think I actually do need this up. Sorry. Two years had passed. In pursuit of Cerez, I continued my research, which led to the decision to turn the country into a giant incubator to melt the people of this land. Oh. Alright, we're doing genocide again. These people are so unlucky. Yeah, forget if it wasn't Science route that happened. It was not. It was. I don't think it happened in his. But in other routes, like half of the country died. All right, so yeah, that okay. I mean, I knew he wasn't all there, you know, but like, okay, this is bad. This is worse than I thought. In doing so, I could look for the closest genetic blueprints to hers, so that I could edit it and create her new body. I would then artificially cultivate her memories and personality using the data that was downloaded into my brain. Then, Therese would return to me. Maybe I shouldn't. Turn that up. Our betrayal crumbled. Stained with blood, hundreds of thousands of screams echoed. This down here. Sienna, please stop. I won't be happy to come back to life through everyone's sacrifice.
お前ならそう言うと思っていた。だがそれでも。
I think I might need to go to the settings and turn up the background music. Let me turn this up so I know for sure. There was only one emotion spurring me on.
俺はお前にもう一度会いたい。お前に正しい形で恋をしたい。
Yeah, I do. Okay, so let me turn this down. Around there, maybe a little higher. And let's go X. Alright, the sound. Oops. Okay, BGM. Maybe one more. Move everything up here. Oh. No, everyone's is like even. I think that sounds a little louder. Oh yeah, that's louder. Okay. Alright. Alright, see and talk.
恋をするなら生きているお前がいい。
Exclamation. At those words, I could hear her about to burst into tears. I heard Cerez pleading to me every hour, every minute. But still, I was able to complete my plan. With my research near completion, I studied in the Burning Institute where I had sacrificed my staff. And now Karun. To be precise.
この研究所で生き残っているのは俺たちだけみたいですね。
Okay, that... I think the levels aren't bad. Let's see where I can...
この研究所で生き残っている
I forgot I
の
could do
は
this.
俺たちだけみたいですね。
Damn it, I only just thought of this. Well, I'm slow. Just as that other man had prophesied, should I venture down the wrong path, my fated nemesis would stand in my way to stop me.
初めて会った時からお前のことをどこか相入れない存在だと確信していた。
I think that's pretty good. I'll check the VOD to make sure, but you know, I think it sounds okay. Also wanna turn this on. I have a heating pad because I'm crampy. Put this. I'm getting all comfy. That's good. Upon hearing that, Karun drew his sword.
セレスはまだそこにいますか？
ああ、いる。今も必死に俺を止めようとしているが。
I shrugged and laughed provocatively.
「俺がその程度で止まるような男なら、こいつも最初から苦労してない。」
Geese laughed in agreement.
シアンさん、セレスを求め続けるあなたの熱狂を俺は尊敬し、羨ましいとも思います。
He actually did, like...
「俺もあなたのような素敵な恋をしてみたかった。」
俺の死神は譲らんぞ。
分かってますよ。
I was glad he was my nemesis. We were going to fight to the death, but it was much better than being denounced by someone with a hollow sense of righteousness.
でも俺にも愛する人たちがいますから、ここは善も悪も関係なく。
Should I tie myself up like just a tad? Just like 1 decibel.
ああ、どちらの感情が強いか、ただそれだけを比べ合うとしよう。
I drew my sword and positioned myself.
心配するなセレス。こいつを倒しさえすればお前は俺の元に戻ってこれる。
I shook off the feeling of Cerez's hand on my shoulder and dashed into battle. I like the way he fights. My hearts, his hearts, our swords found each other. Our swords each found their way in. Rather than end in the battle of a stalemate, Karun chose to die instead. Before his departure, he destroyed the devices and protected those he selflessly loved. We'll be together soon. The bleeding from my chest was severe. I might be able to survive if I made a new reliver body for myself, but I purposefully removed the option from my mind. Tired of acting as if I was a real god. Tired of talking to the version of Cerez born from my own self-satisfaction. As a result of the explosion, the Institute began to crumble. The rubble slowly fell onto the place where Cerez's body once perished. Hello! Yep. He'll be meeting MC soon.
Ceres, 俺の声が聞こえるか?
The stab wound in my chest kept oxygen from my brain, and I could no longer recognize her image or her voice. Yeah, we're doing the bad end, the spare Afterstory first, and we'll do the Salvation good story after. So I continued to speak to her.
どうだ? お前が止めるまでもなく、俺の計画は失敗したぞ。クルーンの存在がなくとも、きっと結末は同じだっただろうさ。
I do too, like the art and the music, and this is literally my favorite game. I know it's a dark game, but it's just so good. The reason.
途中から失敗するだろうと気づいていたからな。
In order to bring back my lover, I bent my will and broke the promise I made with her to not sacrifice anyone. I had long since lost my position as a god, and was a man driven mad by love.
そんな愚かな人間が死者の復活など叶えられるはずがない。
Like, even for him, bringing back the dead is a long shot. I took a breath.
俺をここまで愚かな男に落とすとは。お前は俺以上に罪深く、どうしようもないほど愛しい女だな。
I lost my lover long ago, but I was satisfied now that I felt my love rise again. Soon, the rubble fell to crush my body, along with the woman I loved, who inhabited my body. I decided to journey to the place I had never believed existed, Hades.
もう疲れた。お前への愛に狂った俺はもはや神などではない。
In the end,
せいぜ
they did get to be together.
この愚かな男を恨め。
So good. I love how they have the CG like after you complete the story as like the main menu background. Me too. Alright, now we're gonna do the salute. This is what I was most looking forward to.
我は断罪者。我は観測者。人間のみならず、神でさえも審判にかけるもの。覚えておくがいい。万能の神よ。俯瞰の神をさらに俯瞰する者がこの世界にはまだいるということを。
The helix that formed a life called Sciens was being examined from the top to bottom. I could tell from the warmth of light flowing through my body.
染色体並びに変異した遺伝子の状態確認を終了。予測データと誤差なしと判断。実験プログラムの手順に従い、被験者をカプセルから解放しますか？
Yes. I responded to the inorganic voice in my mind, despite knowing it wasn't addressing me. Oh, this is scene. To be honest, I was scared to know the result, but... Oh, no, it is. He was waiting my return outside. I need to look forward and accept reality. As someone in the same position as the god. The capsule around me instantly collapsed, and my body fell forward through the open space. But I didn't fall into the floor. Something warm was holding me up. It's him! He caught us.
そそっかしいなお前は。
A low, beautiful voice spoke into my ear. Sciens!
排出方法にも多少問題はあるが、今後もお前が入ることを考えると要改良だな。さて、実験結果は。
Sciens supported me with his left arm, or rather, He embraced me as he used his other hand to swipe the air. Suddenly, the results of the physical examination appeared on the display in vibrant colors.
予測通りアレロパシー効果が減退しているな。
That was the word.
この調子なら1年も待たず死神としての性質は消え失せるだろう。
We're gonna be a normal person! Finally, she can walk past an alleyway without being, blamed for the death of some random civilian. It's always the alleyway. I can't believe what he just said. I won't be death anymore? So that means I'll be a normal human who doesn't kill anyone? Causing misfortune to others was normal for me. I was shocked that a miracle like this was actually becoming a reality.
なんだ、俺の言うことが信じられないのか？
Of course I do. I believe everything that you have to say. Everything? So if he said bread was a healthy diet, would she believe him?
なら潔く受け入れろ。
Everything's scientific. I believe him. But anything not, then, okay, no, I...
お前はこれから人を殺すためではなく、俺と共に生きるためにある。 俺の与える幸福の前では自己嫌悪や悲観に浸っている暇など一切なくなるぞ。
I sense confidence and determination in Sciens' words, which he spoke matter-of-factly. Right. I believe you without a doubt. Sien, you're back to being a god. No? You're someone I love. So I know that any miracle is possible. At that, the corners of Sien's lip rose slightly.
仲睦まじいところをすまないが。
What's Uncle doing here? I think that's him.
結果が出た
Wait,
と
why
い
is
う
he
の
in
な
the
ら
scientist jacket?
我々にも情報を共有すべきだろう。シアン・ブロフィワーズ。
Okay, this is interesting. Oh, yeah. Duh. Let me put on my Uncle earrings. I made earrings. Like, I happen to have, like, the stuff, like, to make, like, literally a replica of his earrings. Like, just coincidentally. Or then maybe it wasn't coincidence. Maybe it was fate. But I like to wear them every time I stream anything, Virche. So. Here we go. Not in there. All right. Yeah, got the bond. I also made a bracelet with the colors of Mathis. Is that in there? I think it is, but it's fine. Alright, but yes, what's the story behind Anko being here? Is he now assisting in, like, the institutes? Did he become a researcher? I noticed Anko in the room, looking at us with an exasperated expression. I quickly broke away from Sciens. I'm sorry, I forgot that Anko is helping with the research. I felt sorry for getting so carried away by Sciens' words. No, I say it's totally valid. I'm leaning back. My chair reclines.
何、姫君が謝る必要はない。律するべきはこの傲慢な神様の方だ。
Look, he's just basking in this new feeling of love. At that, Anko's stern gaze turned to Sciens. But Sciens only scoffed.
いたのか、死の番人。お前からうさんくさい神秘性を抜いたら、口煩わしさしか残っていないな。
口を慎みたまえ。君が初恋に浮かれるのは勝手だが、のろけのあまり、姫君に恥をかかせるような真似はしないでほしい。
I don't think that was anything shameful.
もしここに研究員がいたら、彼女は好奇の目にさらされていただろう。
Okay, that is probably true.
のろけお前は何も分かっていないな。
Sciens, arguing with Anko, suddenly tugged me toward him by the shoulder.
俺がセレスを本気でめでるときは、こんなものではない。
Ooh, what's that?
この程度でのろけと表現されるのは心外だ。
Okay, now I'm getting kind of embarrassed. But I'm happy. Sciens. He said that with the utmost seriousness. So much that I began to blush over it.
ああ、そうかい。それは見くびってすまなかったね。
Anko sighed with a deepened expression that resounded through the laboratory. Or desperation. I was sure the staff and researchers would be surprised if they were here. I'm also gonna... I read fast, but like I talk slow. Or my comprehension of talking is slow. So I'm gonna speed this up. Yes. I was sure the staff and researchers would have been surprised if they were here. Here we go. After all, who would expect to hear C and Brothes say such a thing? It had been around 6 months since Sciens regained power by crushing the royal family in their plans to gain further control. Calm was restored to the institutes, and the researchers who supported Sciens worked busily every day. They continued to manufacture the last relivers for those nearing the end of their lifespans, but the facility was now more focused on researching the curse. Good. I mean, that was the reason the institute was created in the first place, I believe. I had been helping him while making sure I tended to my work at the orphanage, but one day, Anko suddenly appeared in front of us and...
私と契約をしないか。地上に降りた神、シアン・ブロフィワーズ。
What's Anko trying to achieve? This feels kind of random. Like, Anko had, like, a PTSD from Sciens in the, from, like, way before. So what brought this on? Maybe just to be near Ceres? So he can, like, watch over? Okay, maybe a little closer.
「君が呪いを打倒し、必ず姫君を幸福なる未来へ導くことをこの場で約束してくれるのなら。
Take care of my child. Make my daughter happy. It kind of feels like that.
" 最大の武器を授けよう。
Such was the contract that he proposed to Sciens. Based on Anko's testimony and Sciens' investigation, they discovered that I was a unique human with the same power of allelopathy as the Lycorises. They also learned that the reason I was dead was due to my body's ability to absorb and expel toxins from the soil. At first, Sciens didn't trust or contract, or Sciens didn't trust the contract or what Anko had to say, but after learning more about my power, they finally decided to work together as allies. Which was why Anko appeared at the Institute when summoned so that he could provide us the weapon he promised. Oh, the antibodies. Probably the
万人が
means.
提供した抗体の解析も今のところ順調に進んでいる。
Yes.
特効薬の完成にはさすがに時間がかかるだろうが、それまでお前の能力を封じ込めておくことは可能だろう。
I see. That's good to hear. With break time upon us, we bid farewell to Anko and headed down the hall. As we shared information, keeping in mind that we were still at work,
所長、先日クルーンから提出されたリコリスの生態系レポートのデータ化が終わりました。
for a second I was thinking, where's Donut? But then I remembered he's no longer here.
So, それと余計なことかもしれませんが、俺なりの考察を添えてみたので、原文と比較しつつ確認をお願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
構わん。転送しろ。明日の夜には返信する。
ありがとうございます。
Look at him taking his fellow researchers into consideration.
所長、新開発された疑似メモリーの耐久テストの結果が旧第1版より送られてきました。次のテストに加味すべき要素について提案がまとめられていますが、いかがいたしますか？
今までと変わらん。使えるものは使い、使えないものは捨てる。俺にデータを渡せ。
は。
The researchers kept calling out to Sciens, and he quickly responded to every question. During work, Sciens was always composed. It was very rare to see him say anything special or caring about me in the way he showed Anko. But many employees here whispered among themselves that he had changed quite a bit from before. And
こんなに冷静でいつものかっこいい所長なのに。
館内放送を使って初恋かつ子供2人作る発言したんだよな。
oh yeah, I think he did. Like, if you're just a regular researcher with no idea of all the stuff that was going on, and you heard your boss say that over the loudspeaker, you would be so confused.
なんて思われてること、セレス嬢は把握してないんだろうな。
Another reason why I'm hoping we get like a wedding kind of like thing here. Because he can't just like mention that and then not do anything with it, right? And then him like saying like referring to her as his future wife even before. Like you can't like have that happen and not do anything with it, right? I felt like they were staring at me a lot. I tilted my head as we went inside Sciens' laboratory. Sien, if you want, I can brew us some... Before I could finish my offer...
その前にお前だ。
Oh! Okay. Sien put his hand on my shoulder from behind, then kissed my ear. I jumped a bit from the tickling sensation. Sien, we're still at work.
の休憩時間だ。
Oh my god, he's taking a break. He's taking a break. It's the end of the world. That would be the reaction of any, you know, normal researcher in the institute. Like literally there was a scene at the beginning of the other game where he's like, well, let's spend 3 days and I've been working non-stop. I guess I can have a 15-minute break and do some unrelated research. Like, I mean, I know I don't take breaks either, but like, I actually relax during, like, my breaks. Or when I'm not working or doing anything. Like, workaholic. Despite my surprise, Sien tugged me closer to him. I reflexively pushed his chest to shove him away. But Sien didn't seem very bothered by my reaction.
不安か？自分の力が。
A little. I recalled that day when I started to learn more about my power. I now know why I became death, and even though I was happy to finally find out, I became scared and sickened by my existence. Of course, I knew very well that everything was fine so long as we had the antibodies, but I couldn't say I wasn't anxious. It still bothers me that I might accidentally kill those who are precious to me, like you.
セレス。
He's like, I'm a god. It'll be fine. Huh? Mm. In the blink of an eye, Sciens kissed me, as if to bite down hard and steal me away. When I opened my eyes, his mysterious eyes were right in front of me. I love the real Ivor eyes. I love his eyes. It's so pretty. He stared at me intensely, as though he were savoring my entire existence. His eyebrows slowly arched, and finally, his hold on me released, and as I nearly fell to the floor, he supported me with his arms. I turned and looked to him to see his beautiful eyes.
どうだ。俺はお前に近づくどころか直接触れたわけだが、異常などどこにもない。なんならもっと確かめてみるか。
I mean, I'm not opposed. The way to after work. I still want to be professional. Semi. No, that's enough. He spoke with absolute confidence. He spoke with absolute confidence. And I started to think that maybe I was the one who was wrong to be frightened. Or being frightened. I never expected you to be proactive with love after you modified your memory bank.
うん?
I don't think anyone did. I tried to change the subject out of embarrassment, and Sciens responded with a bewildered look on his face.
俺は胸に生まれた衝動。お前への欲求に従い行動しているだけだ。恋をした男はこれが普通じゃないのか?
Uh-huh. Sciens' expression was telling me that he was surprised by my reaction. I guess Sciens can be surprised at times too. He might get angry if he knew what I was thinking, but he looked rather cute. I know emotions can't be compared, but in your case, it seems your feelings of love are particularly strong. Maybe even the strongest in the world.
なるほど。ならこのメモリーは正しく機能しているようだな。
Sciens mumbled to himself, as if to confirm, then grabbed my hand. He then led it straight to his chest, over the place where his heart would be. I could hear Sciens' modified memory beating within his chest. Apart from the heat and intensity caused by love, there was a certain gentleness to it. Your heartbeat sounds very comforting, Sciens. If possible, I'd like to stay like this forever. I subconsciously rubbed his chest gently.
煽っているのか？
I mean, that is an action that would make one think that. I quickly moved my hand away the moment I heard his question.
冗談だ。さすがに昼間からはな。
I wonder what he was planning to do if it weren't daytime. As I thought about it, Sciens lightly brushed away my bangs.
研究が終わるまで、俺は決して浮かれも慢心もしない。お前が寿命を迎えるまでに、必ず呪いを解いてみせる。
He then kissed my forehead, as if sealing his promise. I also believed in the promise of that gentle kiss. I'm sure you'll succeed, Sciens. I'll do my very best to offer support. So please, let me stay by your side until that day arrives.
その時までではない。その先もだ。
Forever. Of course. God, known as Sciens Brothes, never broke a promise. In this timeline, I felt at ease and put my complete faith in his word. Just as he proclaimed, Sciens continued his research, with little attention paid to me. We're playing the food dispenser again. I prepared some sandwiches. Please enjoy them with some tea to keep you awake during the upcoming meeting. I'll make sure this place is as clean as possible while you're in the meeting. One word orders.
30分仮眠する。膝を貸せ。
Very to the point. Of course. I'll wake you up in 28 minutes. Time flew as he spent his busy days analyzing the curse.
ふむ、てっきり君との色恋にかまけて研究をおろそかにすると思いきや、基本的な姿勢はあの騒動が起きる前から変わっていないようだね。
Yes. It seems like Sciens is mindful of things too. I had finished the work in support I could provide for that day. Sciens had given me permission to take a break, so I stepped outside for a stroll when I saw the watchman of death in a lab coat. Anko, I wanted to ask you. After sitting down on the bench nearby, I decided to ask him a question I had been wanting to ask for a while. Why are you wearing a lab coat? What happened to the black clothes you used to wear?
ああ、これかい
Is he wearing it under? Uncle tugged the sleeve of his coat.
無論普段は冥界の役割を示すあの装束をまとっているのだが、協力関係になった途端、そんな機能性のない服で作業をするつもりかと。シアン・ブロフィバーズにこの白衣を押し付けられてね、致し方なく袖を通しているのだよ。
Okay, so it wasn't a choice. It was or it is basically the uniform. Even if you're the Watchman of Death, you still gotta wear the uniform. I see. I guess it may be a bit dangerous to wear anything long that might get caught on the equipment.
それについては私も納得しているのだが、彼の私物を使わなければならないとは。
Huh? Those are Sciens clothes?
いかにも未使用の新品だそうだがね。
As long as they're clean, even if they're not new. The shirt and the lab coat did look like the one Cian had folded in his dresser, but... dot dot dot. I'm gonna say it's proof of his trust. I'm not sure if it's right. Or not, I don't know. I think it's proof that Cian trusts you.
あの男からの信頼を得たところで、嬉しくもなんともないのだがね。
It looked like Anko wasn't very happy, but... When he saw me giggling, he tilted his head curiously. I'm sorry. I was just thinking that you started to show a more human side, Anko.
人間味
Yes. Before it seemed that you hated Cian for defining how long mortals could live, but... now it feels like you're arguing with Cian over personal matters and emotions. It's refreshing, seeing you like this. And I'm happy about it.
それは
It's like you stopped seeing him the way you used to. I believe you decided to watch over us while trusting the choices we make. I know it probably wasn't easy, so thank you very much. I couldn't thank him enough. Especially since I was proven to be the cause of so many deaths. From his point of view, I should be punished.
そうか。君にはそう見えるのか。
Anko nodded, then fell deep into thoughts as he looked afar.
すべてが解決したわけではないが、 呪いの打倒が確実に進んでいることを知り、私も少し肩の荷が下りたのかもしれない。複雑な気持ちは消えないが、あの男を否定するための理由がなくな
So
っ
he
てしまっ
accepts
た。
us? Do we have his blessing? He then shook his head.
果たして最初からあの男を憎む理由が私にはあったのだろうか。
I mean, technically, yeah, kinda, sorta. I mean, he did turn him immortal. But I guess in the end, being immortal actually, like, I mean, you know, their process sucked. But, you know, it led to a happy conclusion.
あのシアン・ブロフィワーズとこの世界にいる彼は
Yeah.
あまりにも違いすぎている。
And it's all thanks to Srez. Uncle?
ああ、いや、なんでもないよ。彼が目的を達してくれれば、自然と君との契約も果たされる。普通の女の子に戻った君が、これからいかなる人生を歩むのか。死の番人ではなく、この国の番人として、引き続き、見守らせてもらうとしよう。
I see. In that case, I'll do my very best so that I'm not too reliant on Eurasian. As I expressed my thanks, a gentle breeze suddenly caressed our hair. As it blew past, Uncle merely smiled kindly, and
そうか、頑張れよ。
he rubbed my head gently as he spoke in a way that was oddly familiar. Sciens' work wasn't only conducting research. When the monarchy was abolished after the incident half a year ago, a parliamentary system took its place, and Sciens was chosen as a representative, which he absolutely hates. I had been accompanying him to the meetings held here at the castle.
ですから我々としては議会制度を維持しつつ、その代表としてブロフィワーズ殿に国を率いていただきたいと。
Because he mentioned that he hates like politics, he just wants to do his research. He just wants to do his job, you know, the research job, not the ruling the country job. We never wanted that. But it is what happens, so you know.
断る。
Oh, that's a new outfit.
この国の支配者になるつもりはないと再三言っているだろう。俺が政治にうつつを抜かしている間に呪いの解明が遅れたらどうするつもりだ？バランタン家の当主。
それは
リライバーになればいいという甘えた発言は許さない。宣言した通り 国立研究所が行うのは呪いの打倒、そして王族をそそのかし数々の違法研究を行った首謀者の解明だ。
The mastermind is dead. The Capuchin. I think Capuchin's dead too. I think John is still alive. Gian. Is it John, Gian, or Jean? I'm still debating on how to pronounce his name.
そんな簡単には。リライバーこそあなた様が生み出した完璧な生命。
Everyone was fully reliant on Sciens and wanted him to handle everything.
でも前よりは自主的に発言する人が増えてきてるね。
ああ、それに
僕もクロード家の当主としてシアンさんの意見を支持します。一人の人間に依存するような政治体制はこの際一掃するべきです。
Oh yeah, we can also do that. I'm like, well, who's gonna, like, if Science not gonna do it, who's gonna, you know, I mean, I guess, yeah, we could have a, I forgot. Yeah, that's something we can do.
四大貴族のうち唯一の生き残りであるクロード家、マティスが改革派なのがでかい。あいつが後ろ盾にいる限り元の王政に戻そうとするやつは出ないだろう。
だね。議員に選ばれたのも王族との癒着がない人たちばかりだし。
I'm just happy the royal family is gone. That's good to know. I stood behind Sciens with Yves and Hugo, who were called in as bodyguards. As expected, behind Mathis was John. Gian. Yes, yeah, he is alive. Noticing us, he gave a cordial wave of his hand. I can tell Mathis has grown into his position as head of the family.
あの事件を経ていろいろ思うところがあったみたいで、二度とあんなことが起きないように自分にできることがしたいって政治について頑張って勉強してたらしいよ。
Wait. forget. And Sciens root. Did they ever discover the secret behind Mathis and John and the him being a homunculus, or is that still like a thing that's being done in secret? I see.
それに比べて
Hugo looked at one of the men speaking with Sciens. He let out a deep sigh of disbelief, then took a step forward.
おい、頑固親父。いい加減観念したらどうだ
I thought that said Pope for a minute. I'm like, wait, they have a Pope?
リライバーはもう発展させる技術じゃなくて過去にすべき技術なんだよ。
ヒューゴ、貴様。
The man glared sharply at Hugo. Pops?
多分彼がヒューゴを感動したっていう父親だろうね。
I forgot he was disowned. I thought he was just like... Yeah, I think they did mention that in Yves wrote, in his like, when Hugo was mentioning, talking about himself and how he met Yves. Yves stared at the man in the same way that Hugo, Yves stared at the man in the same way as Hugo, saying that this was the first time he had ever seen him.
感動された身で私に意見するつもりか。
感動されたからこそあの技術にしがみつくあんたが滑稽に見えるんだよ。それに外の国の人間は一度きりの人生で真剣勝負してんだ。
Oh, they changed the name on the text box.
「いい加減この国も足並み揃えようぜ」。それに俺は未熟な状態でリライバーになったせいでうちの庇護下以外じゃ生きていけないあのじゃじゃ馬な妹たちが一人の人間として大人になる姿を見たい。
I mean, there is only so much you can do as a kid. Hugo's younger sisters. I had heard that he had an older brother and two other siblings. Since Monsieur Valentine was here, that meant he wasn't connected to the corrupt royal family. He thought deeply in silence for a few seconds, as if feeling internally conflicted.
わかりました。我々バランタン商家も改革と事件解決に協力しましょう。ですがその代わり、議会と国民の総意が一つにまとまるまで、シアン殿には引き続き指針を示す役目でいていただきたい。
方ないな。
When Sciens snapped his fingers, Yves and I moved to action with papers in our arms. We quickly handed them to each member of the parliament.
軟禁している王族への対策、並びに奴らが隠蔽した変死
Did
事
he
件の
tell
原
them
因。
they needed to do that before? Or are they like just that in sync after everything?
メモリークラッシュへの対応もその書類に記載してある。
The moment he uttered these words, the people began to murmur. We were also surprised when he shared that information with us.
メモリークラッシュの最たる原因は王族の手引きで違法改造されたメモリーの弱体化。無論元来のメモリーの使用にもある程度の起因があり、俺も責任を負うつもりだ。被害者遺族への補償、そして解約されたメモリー発見のため全リライバーの検査を無償で行う。
Yay, free of charge! I mean, I kind of would hope, yeah.
こんな恐ろしい計画が水面下で進んでいたなんて。
地下通路のこともある。この事件に関わっているのは1人や2人じゃないだろう。うち首謀者の1人は近いうちに確保する予定だ。
Is it Capuchin? I forget if he's dead or alive here in his roots.
なるほど。
Monsieur Valentine read the materials, then asked the question to Xian.
一連の事件に関わっているこの支援者の存在については、このものだけ身元が判明していないようですが。
調査中だ。進展があり次第報告する。
You know, I wonder if he actually does know, but he's just saying that they're still investigating in order to, you know, not have to release it. Because Donut was a deputy director. So to have someone of that status be the mastermind behind everything, like, it could cause problems. I could see that, like, definitely, they would definitely lose trust. People would definitely lose trust in institutes if this bit was real. Maybe if he is, I can see why. At that, the legislator magistrators went quiet as second thoughts.
わかりました。僕も海外から流れ着いた本を参考に法整備に協力します。だからシアンさんはアルペシェールの未来を切り開くことに集中してください。
I wonder how often that happens for like books to wash up ashore. Because the country, it's surrounded by like whirlpools or something. Like that's why no one can leave the country, and it's almost impossible for anyone to enter the country. So I wonder how often things like float ashore. And how they're, still like not a soggy mess.
「僕もちゃんが大切な恋人と長生きして結婚式を挙げる光景を見てみたいです。
Yeah, about that.
坊ちゃん。
言われるまでもね。
Sciens quickly responded to Mathis' wish, then leaned back against his chair. Sciens looked bored, but he was keenly focused to make sure he didn't miss anything. Nothing about him seems different. Perhaps it was just me, but I do need to turn this down a little bit. I could have sworn he paused for a moment when asked about the supporter. Okay, so he probably does know that it was donuts. This country had never undergone a revolution before. Night quickly came upon us as we continued our discussion on how to proceed. It was already past midnight by the time we returned to Sciens' room.
研究に関係のない労働は疲れる。
He wasn't built for all that, like, political nonsense. When we were finally able to sit down on the sofa, Sciens laid his head upon my lap. You did well today, Sciens. Already accustomed to this routine, I gently moved his hair away from his eyes. Sciens tugged at his collar to loosen it. He brought my face close to his and kissed me as if it were only natural. It used to be embarrassing, but recently I began to enjoy it. I hope he doesn't see me as being immodest. Suddenly, I recalled something from the meeting. Oh, Sciens. If you don't mind, is your memory okay? I'm worried that the love you're feeling will cause a crash. I went pale thinking about the worst possible future, but
ああ、それなら心配いらん。
worst possible future. He yawned and answered simply,
俺のメモリーは改良に伴い、容量が大幅に増加しているからな。クラッシュは当然のこと。その原因となるリカバリー自体、起きることはない。
Recovery? The recovery function to prevent memory overloads from strong emotions. As love is the most complex and intense, it is the most likely to cause failure. Yeah. When the recovery process initiates, painful alerts are felt in the heart, which acts as a memory bank. After 5 alerts, recovery fails, and the pain becomes unbearable, thus leading to a system error. Known as memory crash. Oh yeah. I forgot about that like 5 warning thing. I see. And that's good to hear. I was worried that the crash would occur from the love he had been expressing to me. I suppose that means that there's nothing to worry about, and that everything is taken care of.
表向きはな。だが王族どもはまだ諦めていないだろう。
I thought they were all dead.
好きあらば手駒を雇い、こちらに暗殺者を差し向けてくるはずだ。
His abrupt realism brought flashes of imagery back to my mind. Oh yeah, that's not a happy memory. The image of children's bodies. The image of Adolf's head rolling toward me. If that happens again, seeing me pale from what was on my mind.
心配するな、セレス。お前も、お前の大事に思うものも、すべて俺が守ってやる。あの単細胞どもには、指一本触れさせん。
Sciens gently stroked my cheek to reassure me.
今日はこのまま止まっていけ。サロメには、俺から連絡しておく。
You know, I could see like a situation like this, but in him calling Salome to let her know we're staying over and like just like casually mentioning like he'll do stuff. He likes messing with Salome, so No, but I really thought they were like siblings. Because they have that kind of like back and forth sibling kind of thing. And similar hair colors. Understood. What should I do? I promised that I would continue to walk with Sciens so that I won't waste everyone's sacrifice, but... Maybe it was because of what I felt earlier from Anko. I'm not sure why, but I felt like crying.
Netaka.
Ceresa's eyelids were twitching, which meant she was still in the first stage of sleep.
こいつを事件に関する議会へ連れて行ったのは失敗だったか。いや、たとえ待っていろと言ってもこいつはついてきたはずだ。最初の俺はこいつの出しゃばらないところを気に入ったはずだが、今となっては随分変わったものだ。
Perhaps it was me, or Ceres, or even both. I slowly brought Ceresa's head down from my chest and laid her quietly on my lap. Doing something as simple as this made various emotions flow through my newly created memory.
愛おしい。
This emotional state was the exact opposite of the rationalism I sought before, but
なかなかどうして悪くない。
rather, it even felt comforting. But in order for me to protect those emotions,
課題は山積みだな。呪いを解くのとともにこいつを脅かすすべての脅威と不安を取り除く必要がある。
in order to do that, I needed to ensure that I shared what information I have.
神として研究者として俺はお前から逃げるわけにはいかない。
I mean, I hope not. After everything we've been through, I kind of like expect you to stay by my side.
近いうちにケリをつけるぞ、支援者。
I knew very well. I had never felt this emotion before. The emotion known as enthusiasm toward my rival. Adolf. Everyone. A single tear fell, seeing them smile in the lights. I knew this was a dream, painfully so. Their smiles were no longer a reality. That day, they were taken away by unreasonable violence. Sadly, I knew that too well, which was why I felt like staying here forever. If I stayed here, Adolf and the others wouldn't die. They would stay with me forever, smiling kindly and happily. But if I stay in the past, I won't be able to walk with the one who was waiting for me in the real world. I had decided that I would look forward. I would make sure I used their lives, not for hatred, but for the greater good. But I wish they were still alive. I wanted them in the future that Sciens was going to build. I'm sorry. They would have seen that future, if only I hadn't brought them misfortune.
セレス
It's not your fault. As I bit my lip and looked down, Adolf approached me quietly.
行け
Look down? Okay, either her point of view is like in the sky, or what approached her was Adolf's head. Oh! That doesn't make sense. It would have to be looked up, right? I'm not gonna think about it. He pushed me with a gentle hand. The ground suddenly disappeared as I fell backward, instinctively reaching out for his hand, but
暖かな場所で見とられるという願いこそ叶わなかったが、俺が最後に生きた場所がお前たちと過ごした家でよかった。ありがとう。幸せになれよ。俺の大事な。
poor Adolf. He dies so often. Adolf waved my hand away with a smile. Adolf! I woke up with a start, thinking I had fallen into the abyss, but I love this music. My body was not enveloped in the abyss, but by Sciens' arms.
恋人の腕の中で他の男の名を呼ぶとはいい度胸だ
I feel
が
like he'd say something like that.
相手が相手だ。勘弁してやろ
You know, I wonder if she has dreams like that often. Of that past event. Hearing those words, I finally realized that I had returned to reality.
う。夢を見たのか
Yes,
その夢はお前の傷になる夢か
yes. But it's also very dear to me.
そうか。なら忘れろというわけにはいかんな。そのこれで勘弁してやろう。
Cian gently patted me on the back of my head. His kindness brought tears to my eyes. I'm sorry. It's just... I know it's pathetic.
何を今さら。お前が暗く泣きやすいことは今に始まったことじゃないだろう。
He's like nothing out of the norm. I still love ya. Cian never demanded that I get over my grief for Adolf and the others. On the contrary.
奴らは俺が生んだ不必要な犠牲。
Yeah, he feels like
その責任と記憶を
a sense
お
of
前と共に背負
responsibility.
っていくと決めている。仮に時間の経過の果てにお前がその声や面影を失ったとしても、俺だけはこの脳で完璧に記録してやる。お前の名前を呼んだものの全てを。だから泣くなら俺の胸で泣け。いくらでも貸してやる。
Unable to bear his words any longer. Adolf! Everyone! Yes, let it out. I buried my face in Cian's chest to muffle my crying. No matter how many years passed, I would likely continue to remember the scar and cry each time. Even so, I was sure the strong man in front of me would forgive me. Thank you. Thank you for seeing the pathetic death as an equal. I want to be as strong as you, so that I don't become an embarrassment. If I couldn't stop crying, I would keep fighting. I would become stronger each time I cried. I moved away from Cian, now that I was feeling calmer, and proceeded to turn on the lights. I'm sorry, Cian. I got your shirt wet.
気にするな。替えならいくらでも用意している。だが
It's not my favorite outfit to begin with, so you know, it's all good. Like, how does that outfit work in the first place? So as you see, the jacket, the green one, kind of seems like it's off the arm. But like in the other image, it looked like they were, the vest and the jacket were one piece of clothing. So I need to see it from the back again. Cian stared at my face a bit, my eyes still swollen from crying.
セレス、
Yes. What is it?
共に暮らすか。
I kind of assumed they already were. Oh, actually, no, because we mentioned the orphanage. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Huh? The next day, we continued our conversation during our breakout in town. So about what you said of us living together.
そのままの意味だ。
Sciens began to explain his sudden proposal as he took today's lunch out of his hand. My hand. Like I was his automated sandwich dispenser, but we are.
自衛という意味においても、共に暮らすのは悪い提案ではないだろう。
I suppose. I can also help with daily chores more efficiently if we live together.
それもある。が何よりも、
He just wants to be close to her?
共に暮らせば、お前の涙をいつでも拭える。
My face suddenly felt hot. Seriously, I think my heart is going to stop. I assumed he arrived at this proposal after seeing me crying last night. I felt both happy and sorry at the same time. But even more than that, I wanted to be there to support him as he continued to move forward toward his goals. His proposal was actually very enticing. Still, I couldn't make this decision so quickly. Thank you very much. I'm very happy you're thinking about me, Sciens. But if I'm always here, I'll only disturb your work. We may be a couple now, but his laboratory likely had invaluable research data he didn't want seen.
は？何を言っている？ あ
We're
んな
not gonna
狭
be
い研
giving
究
away
室に
them
お前を
away
詰め
to
込む
anyone,
わけ
so
ないだろうが。
I don't see a problem. Oh, does he have an actual house somewhere? I think maybe they mentioned that in the other game? Or maybe I'm thinking of one of the other characters. I don't know, he spends so much time in his laboratory that I have no... If he has a regular home, I totally forgot. Huh? So, where would we be? Where would we be?
俺の家だ。
He does have a house. The mansion stood next to an uninhabited hill on the north side of Cheddars. Dang! Holy crap! She's like, it's gonna take me forever to clean this. I mean, he is one of the, like, biggest figures in the country, so... he would have this type of money. But for some reason, I expected him to have a smaller house. Only the two of us are staying here? That's too... And, like... No wonder he wants a lot of kids. This house is too big for just two people. It was so huge. I wasn't able to form actual wards. This mansion is even larger than Mathis's. It must be at least twice the size of Mathis's place.
管理人はいるが、研究者になってから60年近くろくに帰っていない実家だ。
60 years! I'm back!
ここならお前と暮らすのに十分な広さだろう。
More than large enough. I mean, we could have all the main characters live here, and them all having their, like, big enough space for, like, their own house. Large enough? If anything, it's more than enough, and there's a lot. Yeah, that was my vote. I feel like that's what she would say. Be safe, though. There's a lot to clean. Cleaning up is going to be a challenge when this place gets dirty.
俺が汚すのは確実か。まあ否定はしないが。
Why did I say that? I was so surprised that I responded in a strange way.
研究所との往復が手間だが、お前との時間が増えると思えば、十分益があると考えていいだろう。どうだセレス。ここで俺と共に暮らす気はあるか？
Sciens spoke in a hopeful way that didn't force me to agree with him. He was respecting my wishes by giving me a choice. But even if I refused, I bet he would just say that he would wait for a better response. But if I could listen to my emotions, then fine. Just fine? Just fine? Come on, Saraz. I'd like to live in this mansion with you, Sciens. I hope I can make it a warm place for you to come home to. Before I could react, Sciens drew close and kissed me for just a moment. Sciens? Why did he suddenly kiss me?
お前の言葉にそそられた。
That's blunt. That is. But I find it amusing. It feels like Sciens' been getting in the habit of kissing me regularly these days. I quickly moved away from Sciens and gently touched my mouth where the touch of his lips remained. But I can't just decide to live here without letting the others know. I need to get Mother's approval first.
なら今すぐ行くぞ。
Now? I should have expected that. As if ready to get this done quickly. Sciens grabbed my hand, and I quickly followed his pace.
久しぶりだな、未来のお母様。
She is not happy
メ
about
モリーの
this.
経過は良好か？
Yeah, he was not her first choice for us. She's like, him. Really, Ceres, him of all people. It's been a while, future mother-in-law. I've never seen her like this before. Mother roughly set down a cup of tea in front of Sciens with a look of disgust in her face. The tea spilled a bit from the rim, but Sciens didn't seem bothered by it. They really don't get along. The only thing that had changed was Sciens no longer called her granny or old bag like before. I guess this is the closest her ever gets to Mother. They both acknowledge that they had a rotten friendship, but if you ask me, they get along so well that I'm a bit jealous. Rather than being friends, it felt more natural to call them comrades. Does it?
二人で同棲ね。あなたがこの子に迷惑をかける光景しか想像できないけれど。
After hearing our explanation, Mother honestly expressed her objections. It's fine, really. Sciens is a lot more grounded compared to before. In fact, his office used to get so messy every hour. But now it only gets messy twice a day. I mean, it is an improvement, but it's not much of an improvement.
格段たる進歩だろう。
This is our future husband.
どうしてそこで怒るような顔ができるのかしら。アドルフが相性が良すぎると言っていたのもなんだか納得できるわね。
She then looked outside at the back lawn with sorrow. Mother gazed at the gravestones there, then mumbled.
シアンに流されたのではなく、自分自身で決めたことなのね。
Yes. I nodded firmly to convey my resolve. As Mother came to understand my decision, she gave up and let out a deep sigh.
個人的には大反対だけれど、セレス自身が決めたことなら仕方ないわね。 ただしこの子を不幸にするようなことがあれば
She will personally march over there and claw his eyes out. And more.
アドルフに代わって私があなたを殺しに行くから。
いいだろう。その時は俺も迷わずお前の刃を受け入れる。
Mother looked doubtfully at Sciens, who was full of confidence. Thank you very much, Mother. Before my life comes to an end, I'll make sure to live a life that Adolf would be proud of. So please watch over me. I would rely on my own strength to make that happen.
ええ、あなたならきっとできるわ。私の可愛い娘。このろくでなしに愛想を尽かしたらいつでも帰ってくるのよ。
She's assuming we'll get divorced. She's like, I have the papers ready. You know, whenever you want. Just come over and I'll help you fill them out.
「返す日は永遠に来ないから安心しろ。次は結婚の日取りを伝えに来る。」
She's like, dear God, the next time they walk through that door. She's not ready for that.
来ないでちょうだい。この初恋浮かれじじい。
She's like, never come back. Not you, Ceres. Him. I suppose our meeting with Mother ended on a good note. We then went out back to the lawn, where Adolf and the children had been laid to rest. Adolf. I had been speaking to his gravestone since then, but I had never felt as fondly for him as I did today. The reason was because, once I began living with Sciens, I wouldn't be able to say good morning to him and the others anymore. I'm sorry. As sorry as I felt for what was going to happen, I felt just so much joy in finding something I could do. As I knelt before the grave to pray to him, Sciens extended his arm and laid a yellow flower in front of the gravestone.
お前の妹と同じ色の花だ。これから嫌というほど備えに来てやる。
He told Adolf to stay put and watch over me. Sciens spoke brazenly to him as he slept. I could almost picture Adolf's bitter expression towards Sciens. A single teardrop fell onto the flower before I got up to my feet. I'll be going now. with a gentle breeze caressing me. I headed to the center of the country with Sciens. A week later, I was moving from the orphanage I called home to God's mansion.
いや、話には聞いてたが、想像以上にでけえ屋
Welcome to
敷だ
my new
な。
home!
荷物をいくら運んでもキリがねえんだけど。
もしかして周り一帯もブロフィワーズ家の土地なんですか？
Probably.
おそらくな。確認したことはない
あれ、ここに置いてあった家具、誰か知りませんか？すごく重いから皆さんと一緒に運ぼうと思ってたんですけど。
ああ、それなら先ほどジャンさんが一人で運んでくださいましたよ。
俺
Oh yeah. Play along. It's so lively here. I prepared some cookies and tea for everyone to enjoy during their break while helping me move. We're so lucky that you all were available to help today. I was worried about how we were going to move the furniture on our own.
俺たちも二人の力になれて嬉しいよ。
Maybe I do want to move the music down one. There we go.
新生活で何か困ったことがあればいつでも相談してね。例えば美味しい料理を
Oh,
作りたい
no,
時
no,
と
no,
か。
no, no, no. We'll be fine, Yves. You know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was gonna make up an excuse that we have a personal chef, but then I realized he might actually apply for the position of personal chef. Part time. It's fine. Our diet consists of mostly bread and sandwiches.
死んでも呼ばん。
だろうな。
Yves looked shocked by Sciens' cold response.
それにしても本当に立派なお屋敷ですね。家を出る前はやはりご家族と一緒に住んでいらしたのですか？
ああ、
Sciens responded to my teacher's question as he chewed on a cookie.
シアンさんのご家族、なんだか想像できないですね。
というよりもシアン様に親がいるという事実がなかなかに受け入れがたく。
I don't blame him.
そうだね。
天から降臨したって言われた方がしっくりくるかも。
He just popped into existence one day.
もしかしてシアンさんって生まれた時から今の姿だったんですか？
His imagination really can run wild.
そんなわけがないだろう。お前らは俺を何だと思っている。
I'll have to adjust the picture. Move it like up here. Let's make it the same size. Maybe not the same size. Guess we could make it the same size. Sorry, but it's bothering me that you can't see his face. It's about the right same size. So that off. Put that on. And get the red can. Just temporarily. Okay, unlock that. above, on top. I'm gonna have to unlock it. Do this. A little smaller. I'll properly fix it later, but for now. Yeah, that kind of works. Not perfect, but you know, it's decent for now. Actually, I guess I could actually put it down here, can't I? Oh yeah, I need to fix the capture card video. That's okay. Maybe I should move the text box down here. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Is that in place? Yeah, that's that. Okay. I do want to move it a little to this corner. I think that's okay. Alright, there. That's, you can see a little better there. Alright. Let's see how this looks. Alright. That's what I do want. Grab a snack. I do have cookies in here, but we'll get later. But messy. I have a konjac jelly. There we go. Like these are really good. Let me do one more thing. I'm gonna zoom in the webcam. Properties. Configure video. Camera control. It's not too much. I think that's better. Let me move this up actually. Chat. Sorry. I think it's showing a little bit up top, maybe, but oh well. Actually, not oh well. Sorry. Not too Yeah, I think that's it. Actually, I mean, yeah, I think that's okay. Alright, okay, let's try this. I think this works out a little better, actually. At least, you know, seeing the game. But yeah, I have to modify the other one, because that one's slightly different in design, just... But this... For today, this works. We are playing an Otome game, so that is accurate. Alright, let's go. And Lucas was stifling a laugh, as if he had just envisioned that image. What on earth? It's so nice to have guests to invite over.
そうか。
After cleaning the area, we sat in front of a crackling fireplace. After we changed into our loungewear, both Sciens and I got to working on the 6,000-piece puzzle.
俺からすればやかましいだけだ。
Sciens mumbled his thoughts on the liveliness from earlier as he worked on a difficult area of the puzzle. He's gonna have to, you know, just like... We're gonna want to invite our friends over for like dinner parties. Not every week, but you know, occasionally. I think that's, you know, agreeable. It was my turn next. And my hand hovered over one of the odd-looking pieces before finally picking it up.
わからなければ教えてやってもいいんだぞ。
What I like to do when I do puzzles, I like to do the edges and then separate the pieces into piles based on color or like if it's an obvious design based on that sign, and then, you know, go from there. I have like steps. I can try figuring it out myself. I have to look at the bigger picture like Sciens does. How am I supposed to know which is the right answer? Or maybe there isn't? Okay, let me look left. How is one the right answer and one not? I guess just luck. That question is based on luck. Not based on character or, you know, situation or... No, just luck. I looked to the left and tried to fit the piece where there were various colors. Ever so simply. The puzzle piece clicked beautifully into place to become part of a picture. I did it! It looks like this is the right place.
ほう。少しはまともな判断ができるようになってきたな。
It was Sciens' turn now, and he fit another piece without any issue. I love... He's so special. Sciens' sinister laugh was no different than before, but I was getting used to it as we went on with the puzzle. This one goes here. It looks like it should fit with the other colors, but I can see that this one is slightly different. I was starting to laugh like him with each piece I placed.
次はここか。
Sciens extended his arm in front of me. Now, I kind of want to do a puzzle now. Instead of moving me aside, he was purposefully getting close to me. Sciens, that tickles.
わざとだ。
It's like I did it on purpose. Ever so naturally. Sciens nestled his body against mine, like a cat.
約束通り6000ピースのパズルを共に解くことができたな。
I'm so happy. That puzzle. I haven't seen it completed yet. So while I'm glad that you're going to be a god again, I would like you to come down to Earth sometimes so we can do a puzzle together.
上等だ。次は6000ピースのものを用意してやる。
You remember this?
解けないからと泣くんじゃないぞ。
I never expected a 6,000 piece puzzle to be this big. The puzzle was so large that it looked like a masterpiece from afar. With how busy Sciens was, there was no way that we could complete it in under a year. Even if it takes longer than our 23-year lifespan. I'm looking forward to completing this huge puzzle together. I then leaned against Sciens. He usually took the initiative to give me a hug, so I wanted to be more proactive now that we had a place to be together in private.
当然だ。むしろこの先何千何万と数を増やしていくぞ。その頃には共にパズルを解く身内も増えているだろう
No, that'd be
からな。
cute. No one had been able to live beyond the age of 23 in this country, but Sciens boldly stated that he would make it happen. The following day, after a nice night of solving puzzles with Sciens, I tried to suppress my yawn as I went to the marché to buy some groceries. Marquet. I was so absorbed in what we were doing, I didn't notice it was past midnight. I was very impressed by how Sciens was able to wake up as usual, heading out to the Institute as if it were nothing. Sciens often overworked himself when he lived at the Institute. I hope this will give him the opportunity to rest a bit more. I heard he had been working well past midnight when I wasn't around. But I hoped that things would change. In any case, I wanted to expand his menu options to include quick meals that weren't sandwiches. Fair, very, very fair. Maybe I can make some nutritious soup and other nutrient-rich meals like Sciens mentioned before. I made my way through the marché as I thought of different recipes. When the incidents were first resolved, people would stare at me, knowing that Sciens and I were a couple. No one really paid attention now, especially with the crowd here, except...
おや、セレス君ではありませんか。食材の買い出しですか。
Hello, Lucas. The only people who talked to me were those who knew me before. So what's going on in Lucas's life in this timeline? Yeah, I think Capuchin is dead. Maybe. I forget. Damn it. But if he isn't, then, like, Lucas should be spitting up blood right now, or in complete, like, disaster from losing Nadia, but... Yeah, so Capuchin probably is dead, or at least, like, you know, bailed and went into hiding or something. But that won't change that Lucas is sick. Unless, like, they didn't mention it, but, like, they did something to, like... help. Probably did. That would make the most sense. Lucas, thank you very much for helping yesterday. Thanks to you and the others. What should have taken several days was done in one day.
いえいえ、私たちも報酬に加えて手作りのお菓子までいただいてしまいましたから。
He was happy to share how delicious they were. Are you here for work today?
ええ、マルシェ近くのご家庭のご子息へ訪問授業を。とは言っても、先日起きた改革に関する説明で一日を費やしてしまいましたが。
Yeah, they have a whole new bunch of history to add to his lessons now. I nodded in agreement at his statements. I'm not surprised. Especially since the laws are changing.
ええ。ですが、この国が少しでも良い方向へ動いてくれれば。
It will.
子供たちに未来を諦めるのではなく、未来を夢見る授業を行うことができる。子供たちやアドルフ君を救えなかった無力の贖罪として、私は教師としてできる限りのことをしようと思います。
But you weren't responsible for what happened back then.
いいえ、君が知らないだけで私にも責任があるのです。
Not... No. Well... I'm going through, like, the whole story in my mind. Well, it was a royal family and their guards that killed everyone. Adolf and the kids. But, yeah. Basically, no, it's not.
あと少し。あの場に到着するのが早ければ。
Lucas, shh. Okay, never mind. I wonder if he was nearby when that happened. Just as I was about to ask. Oh gosh, what's happening now? We heard a scream down the road, leading to the central district. What was that?
セルネボルの方から聞こえてきたようですが、事故か何かでしょうか。
As we stood confused over the scream, a man ran toward us down the road leading to Sornaval.
大変だ。セルネボルの街道でシアン様が凶器を持った男に襲われたぞ。
Sciens? I quickly went pale upon hearing his name. The memory of seeing him off this morning to the Institute flashed in my mind. I need to get to Sornaval. Just as I was about to run off, Lucas quickly grabbed my arm.
そちらから向かうと、野獣馬の皆さんに阻まれてしまいます。私がシュディに住んでいた頃に使っていた裏道がありますから、そこからシアンさんの元へ向かいましょ
う。Let's go! The calmness in his eyes restored my composure. I see. Thank you for stopping me. I guess it's part of your job as a teacher to stay calm.
いえ、私ももし被害者が君や教え子だったら、ただ。
But?
今のシアンさんの場合、妙な安心感があると言いますか。
Lucas hurriedly led me to Sornaval when...
俺の管轄で襲ってくるとは、なかなかいい度胸をしているな。
He's fine. In the middle of the road was Sciens stepping on a man's back as he laid on the ground. The guards around him looked rather confused, probably because they weren't able to do their jobs.
ね、言ったでしょ。
It was hard to respond. Still, it was true that he was attacked and maybe injured, even if it wasn't visible. Sciens, oh, you are right?
セレスか。そういえば今日はマルシェへ買い出しに行くと言っていたな。
Sciens moved his foot off the man's back and left him to the guards, then turned toward me.
その方は凶器を持っていたと伺いましたが。
No, for a second there, I was kind of afraid it was one of Lucas's clones.
王族どもが差し向けた暗殺者だろう。
Tension immediately filled the air. Sciens did predict that the Riverpar family would take some sort of action against him.
こんな街中で襲おうとするとは。以前と変わらず民を巻き込むことに一切のためらいがないようですね。
なけなしの矜持が呆れたものだな。
Did they ever have any to begin with? Those people really hadn't changed at all. I couldn't believe that they were still willing to take someone's precious away from them. Others. As I trembled with fear, Sciens gently patted my head to help me calm down.
セレスのこともある。脅威自体は大したものではないが、後手に回り続けるのは避けたいな。牢にいる王族どもを一度揺さぶってみるか。
I think that is a great idea. I love that idea because if we can just, you know, have the River Power family out of the picture entirely. Not necessarily kill them, but, you know, just at the very least, you know, imprison them. That'd be great. Sciens donned his lab coat again, then gave me his instructions.
お前は教師と共にクルーンどものもとへ身を寄せろ。
I just moved into a new house. Okay.
あいつなら信用、いや、信頼できるからな。
Understood. Please be careful. I wanted to follow him, but I nodded and held my feelings back. I was sure I'd be swallowed whole by hatred if I saw the royal family. I would probably get in the way of Sciens obtaining information from them. Sciens then motioned for the guards to follow him. He then headed to the center of the country, a place once seen as a demon's den. Following the parliamentary meeting that took place a few days ago, Hugo went to his family's home and was currently absent from Karun. Mathis happened to be visiting, and I took the opportunity to tell everyone what had just happened.
そっか、セルネボルでそんなことが。
王族の人たちは牢屋に入れられているはずなのに、どうやって暗殺者を雇ったんでしょ
う。警備兵の目を盗んで外と連絡を取る手段があるのかもしれませんね。
I hope they don't entice some kind of war that causes more deaths.
それは今後の対応次第だ。
I thought you left. That was quick. Sciens quickly slammed open the door. Just okay. Sciens quickly slammed open the door, appearing in front of us in the middle of our conversation. Sciens, welcome back. I'm so glad you're safe.
お前もな、迎えが遅くなった。すまん。
No. All that matters is that you're here, safe and sound.
王族たちの件はどうなったんですか？
なんだ、クロードの末っ子もいたのか。それならちょうどいい。
He looked around the room once, then boldly sat in one of the guest seats.
端的に言えば、一連の事件は解決していない。内乱が起こる前に、俺たちは支援者と決着をつける必要がある。
He grinned widely. He was enjoying his moments of declaring war against the unknown mastermind.
Oide. Oide. 最後の僕はここにいるよ。
Yeah, we could also do that. Salome, you know, it's time to reveal yourself. Just I want to do. Give me a second. I need to blow my nose. Right. There we go.
"僕を見つけるまでこの戦いは終わらない。これは戦ですらない。ただの意地の張り合い。本当にあなたが誰も犠牲にしない神へと至ったのなら、あらゆる苦難を打倒する。その新たな姿を見せてくれ。
With the royal family ousted from the throne, I had them locked away in a prison deep within the castle. I was planning on exiling them to some nearby island out in the ocean, where they couldn't cause harm once everything was settled.
勝ち誇るにはまだ早いぞ、シアンブロフィマーズ。レーブ・ポワールの血筋はまだ消滅していない。生き残ったやつが必ず我らの無念を晴らす。その時こそ不老不死となった我々が再びアルペシェールを支配するだろう。
No. The former king was mad as usual. aside from a few exceptions. I had weeded out those in the royal family who were involved in these incidents. But it seemed that they had some sort of ace up their sleeve.
その切り札と支援者は同一人物だと俺は見ている。
That would be correct.
つまりその支援者が王族を助けるためにまた事件を起こす可能性があると。
いや、奴にとって王族は捨て駒だ。だが己の目的のため強行手段に出る可能性は高いな。
The possibility of war seemed much more probable now.
ならその支援者の正体を暴いてその計画を潰さないと。
調査中となっていましたけど、何か手がかりはないんですか？
かつて俺が落ちた地下通路は奴が王族に作らせたものだ。その採用へと進めば目的と正体を暴くための施設にたどり着くだろう。
After hearing Sciens make specific mentions of the passage, Yves seemed to understand the reason Sciens chose it.
わかりました。その突入と調査、俺も手伝います。ブローが潜んでいたことを考えると戦力は多い方がいいはずですから。
Yeah, especially if there's still more clones out there. Yves looked at Sciens, as if asking when they'd start.
2日後の夜だ。
わかりました。ヒューゴにも協力してもらえないか聞いておきます。
僕も行きます。戦力になるかどうかはわかりませんが。
Mathis could probably help map out the tunnels. Yves and Mathis volunteered themselves to assist in the investigation. What's Lucas gonna decide?
リュカ先生はついてきちゃダメです。か弱い先生が敵に会ったらすぐに殺されてしまいます。
Okay, so then he's probably not like he probably is still like experiencing the effects of the curse.
俺もこれ以上友人を失うのは避けたいです。
わかりました。そういうことなら私は地上に残りましょう。城に何か異変があれば通信機を使って皆さんに連絡します。
We had already experienced infiltrating the Institute before, so our planning went rather smoothly to try to find out the identity of this unknown supporter. As we continued our discussion,
セレス君も地上に残るのでしょ？シアンさんが不在の間は施設に身を寄せますか？
well, I hesitated a bit at Lucas's question.
本格的な計画は明日だ。各自同じ時間にまたここに集まれ。セルネボルでは誰の目があるかわから
ん。わかりました。
Before I could reply, Sciens concluded the meeting. We'll probably end up talking about this at home. I wasn't really sure what I could do, or should do, as we moved closer to the dark side of Arpachal. I spent some time thinking as I headed back to the mansion with Sciens. Sciens must have noticed the doubt in my mind.
不安か、セレス。
As soon as we arrived at the mansion, Sciens asked me as he changed his clothes. Yes. He saw right through me. He knew that I wasn't able to decide the best choice when Lucas asked me his question. In response, Sciens scooped my hair into his hands and looked into my eyes.
いえ。
I shook my head. If I were to tell you something so selfish, I would only be bothering you.
上等だ。お前はたまにわがままを言う方がちょうどいい。セレス、望みを口にすることを戸惑うな。俺ならば、お前の願いを一切の憂いなく叶えることができるのだから。
His haughtiness was only possible because he was a god. Even if what I want is something dangerous and inefficient, knowing full well that he had that power, I had to ask him my question. God then responded.
たとえお前を幸福にしたとしても、そこに至るまでの過程に納得がなければ意味がない。
He was trying to adapt to a single cowardly human. He's just amazing. I agree. I was sure Sciens could easily attain any goal he wanted. But he was discussing this with me to make sure we were satisfied. No. He was simply being a man in front of me. I buried my face in Sciens' chest to show him that I gave up. Please, take me with you. I told him the most inefficient request I had, that the old Sciens would have detested. I understand I'm a burden, and that is dangerous. Still, I can't bear just sitting around and waiting for your return. What if Sciens got hurt or lost his life while I wasn't there? I might go completely mad at the point of no return.
わかった。
Yves and the others would have done everything they could to stop me. But Sciens responded that he would grant me my wish. I know I was the one who asked, but I was still taken aback by his quick response. We're so lucky. We got him. Are you sure? I mean, if I go with you, it could hinder the expedition and slow your progress.
お前がそう言い出すことは予想していたからな。確
course
か
he
に
did.
お前を置いていくのが最善にして最効率なのだろう。だがお前は俺が神に至った瞬間の目撃者にして当事者。
We're not exactly uninvolved in this unsolved situation.
奴との決着も見届ける資格がある。
He spoke with trust. Not because I was his lover, but because he saw death as an equal. And we love that. I feel like it's my belief that a relationship won't work if you don't see each other as equals. If so, then I needed to respond as someone he trusted. Thank you very much. I will do my best and avoid being a burden to everyone. I raised my head and straightened up with a smile, and he responded with a firm nod. I heard you say him, but for some reason, the way he sounded, it sounded like he knew this person. It did concern me during the last parliamentary meeting. Could it be that you already know who the supporter is?
まあな。だが今は誰にも言えん。
Let's make sure before, you know. Sciens didn't hide the truth. He gave me an honest reply to confirm my suspicions. Understood. I guess you're looking for an outcome you'll be satisfied with.
かもしれん。支援者である奴と相対して初めて俺はこの国を救うための本当の第一歩を歩み始めることができるのかもしれないな。
2 days later, I'm looking at the outlay, like, so like if those 2 bridges there collapse, as I don't see a bridge, like, unless you go all the way to the institutes and then go around, or around the other way. Like, cause in the middle portion, I don't see any bridges. Unless it's just too tiny for me to see. Anyway, doesn't matter. 2 days later, instead of sending the full units, only a select few infiltrated the underground passage so the supporter wouldn't notice. The alarm rang inside, and the enemies that lay in wait began to take action. As we trudged forward, we encountered a horde of mindless, genetically created clones acting as guards.
こんな紙幣を大量に用意していたなんて。
As Mathis looked around in surprise, Yves quickly used the hilt of his sword to knock down a few clones.
シアンさん、地下の地図は取得できましたか？
今終わった。
It was fast. Sciens cracked into a nearby device, using the portable transmitter, terminal.
全員に渡した小型端末へとこの地下通路の地図を送った。目的は支援者の研究成果の奪取。余計な破壊はするなよ。
Try not to, at least. Everyone confirmed the map floating from the terminals in their hands.
地図に2つ赤いマークがついてますけど。
支援者に協力していた共謀者の拠点へとつながる道だ。予定通り次の分かれ道で戦力を分散し、共謀者たちの手がかりを探せ。
そっちは俺たちに任せて、シアンさんは支援者の確保に集中してください。
Well, if they didn't know about Mathis, they're gonna know soon.
間違ってもセレスに怪我させちゃダメですよ。彼女が傷ついたら、きっとアドルフがシアンさんを呪いに来るはずです。
Her come and haunt him.
余裕で想像できるな。
Or if not Adolf, then Anko.
誰に向かって言っている？
Without letting themselves feel discouraged at the memory of their lost friend, Yves and Hugo Yves and Hugo got ready to depart.
それじゃあ行こうか。そういえばマティスはよくジャンが突入を許可してくれたね。
ああ、実は。
He didn't. Oh. He's like, yeah,
教えたら絶対に反対されると思
snuck
って
out the house.
ジャンには内緒で来たんです。
お前な、後で聞かされる方の身にもなれよ。
Well, in a few hours, it's not gonna matter. We looked on as Yves and the others made their way deep into the passage.
ここにはろくでもない記憶しかないな。
But you look so cool back then. Sciens spoke in a low voice as he looked around the area. And that metal pole was extremely convenient. I'm not surprised since you were attacked by Barreau here. It seems like there are more enemies lying in wait.
だろうな。だがまあその程度は想定済みだ。行くぞ、セレス。遅れるなよ。
Right. Has Sciens pulled me by the hand? I kept my guard up as we calmly yet quickly made our way through the canals. As expected, a few clones were stationed as if someone had given them orders. Stationed as if someone had given them orders, but... Sciens relentlessly struck their cheeks and jaws to knock them unconscious one by one. Still, Sciens continued to stay on the lookout for danger.
弱い。本命の戦力は別にいるな。
You mean? Oh gosh. Just as I felt something ominous was about to happen, a shadow appeared from above. God damn it. Sciens quickly grabbed me in his arms and leapt away from our spots. Immediately after, a huge blade struck the area where we previously stood. A large pillar of water rose up in the air, then fell like a waterfall. I knew they weren't gone. It would have been too convenient. The murderer had arrived to punish God. Barreau? But I thought Gibbs already defeated him.
こいつも遺伝子人形だろうな。オリジナルの洗練さはないとはいえ、ここで戦うのはさすがに分が悪い。
Oops. Alright, what's gonna do for us? Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah. He avoided another swing of the halberd. Sciens quickly carried me over his shoulder and sped off. As expected, Barreau came charging from behind. Sciens, carrying me like this is only going to slow you down.
だからといって置いていけるか。
He was coming after us at an unimaginable speed for someone wading through water. Barreau quickly closed in and strengthened the grip on his halberd so he could swing at any time. Lucas! Help! In the flash of a moment, I took out a small vial from my pockets and threw it at Barreau. slashed a small vial with his weapon in midair, and in the next moments, a puff of smoke burst in front of Barreau and obstructed his view. He covered his eyes with his arm and began moaning in pain. Using the opportunity, Sciens lowered me to the ground, then quickly punched Barreau on the cheek. Barreau slowly sank into the water.
今の何？
After confirming that his fist was fine, Sciens looked at me quizzically. Okay, so he didn't know what that was either. I figured that it wasn't right for me to be so reliant on you, Sciens. So I brought one of the spices from the kitchen to use for self-defense. How? Like maybe it was cinnamon? Not even he expected that. I hope I didn't cause any problems. Sciens shook his head in response.
よくやった。お前ならではの武器だな。
Thank you very much. But I never expected it to be of help in any way. I have more where that came from. So please let me know if you need him.
必要な時がそう何度も訪れなければいいがな。
After binding Barreau as he lay on the wet ground, Sciens and I headed further down the passage. We didn't see any more clones of Barreau, probably because they were positioned elsewhere. As we continued on our way, we arrived at a passage where we could feel a breeze. Beyond the passage was a wide expanse of darkness. So, the supporter is here? I couldn't even see what was in front of me. We needed to proceed cautiously, since there could be something lurking in the darkness.
行くぞ。
As if there was nothing to fear, Sciens stepped into the darkness without any hesitation. I took a deep breath, then understood. I suppressed my anxiety so I could follow Sciens without shame. And here we are once again. This might also help. We ended up in an area where there were multiple capsules with test subjects in them. I wasn't sure why. But even though the area was filled with machines and inorganic items, yeah, I just remembered. So yeah, I was wondering, like, how is the supporter here? Because Donut died in Sciens roots. At least I'm pretty sure he did. But if he did, like, actually, like this body, then it is possible for him to still be active because he had a backup clone of himself, which he revealed in Adolf and Uncle's roots. So it might be the clone that's still active as the supporter. There was a strange rawness, and a tinge of cold coming from the laboratory equipment around us.
なかなかの設備だな。俺に隠れてここまでのものを用意できるとは。
After confirming that there was no immediate threats, Sciens began to control the device at the center of the chamber.
さすがに簡単にセキュリティの解除はできないか。
But it's not impossible. Sciens gave up accessing the device, then went down the row of capsules to check what was inside.
セレス、こちらに来い。
After stopping in front of one of the capsules, he beckoned me to come to him. Thinking that he might have proof of who the supporter was, I headed over to him. Huh? At first I was gonna say it might be Donut, but no. It's probably Lucas. I gasped in surprise upon seeing the shadow inside. If I wasn't mistaken, it was... Oh, it is Donut. Donuts? I know it's the hut, but I like pronouncing his name as Donut better. It's my personal name for him. The person Mother killed was floating inside the liquid. It was as if he was sleeping in preparation of the day for him to awaken. I could tell by now that the boy inside was a clone, but... Why is Donut's clone in a place like this?
こいつこそが一連の首謀者、支援者だからだ。
I remember the betrayal I felt when I discovered this. I gazed at the sleeping donuts. As Sciens continued,
共謀者どもの実験内容を考えるに、ダハトの目的は失った母の蘇生、並びに呪いの解除。 そのために俺の失脚と不老不死を餌にして王族を利用し各違法研究を支援していたのだろう
I don't believe it. That kind-hearted donut was working with the royal family? The shock was so great that I was at a loss for words. Beyond the anger of betrayal, this is so sad. Sheer sadness filled my heart.
そこにある肉体は何かあった時のスペアだろう。最新の肉体が死亡、メモリーが停止すると同時に稼働するよう設定していたと見た。
Then when's it already? Or is he still alive? If so, then why is Donut sleeping here like this? If he awoke inside this body the moment he was killed by Mother, he could have slept inside the Institute again. Hearing my obvious answer, Sciens thought for a moment, then decided to continue without answering.
目覚めさせることも殺すことも可能だが。どうするセレス？この判断をお前に任せても構わんぞ。
Hearing that, I felt like my heart stopped. Me? I can determine the fate of the person who killed Adolf and the children. If Donut didn't goad the royal family into action, perhaps no one would have died. They might all be smiling now. Mother might not be feeling guilty of killing anyone. Kill him. The dark emotion inside me was screaming that he had taken my family away. I need to save. But I think it's too dangerous to awaken him. That is what they said they would do, right? Awaken, yeah. Although I guess I could imprison him, but like... I mean, awakening him, it would be dangerous, I feel. But also, like, he might be able to find out that Salome is his mother and convince him to, you know, quit his goal, what he was trying to do. But since we're already, like, making our progress toward, like, allowing people to live normal lives. But, no. I feel like it might be the wrong decision, but I mean, if we set him on the right path, maybe things will be okay, but... Oh, I feel like this is wrong, but I don't... Oh, okay. Oh, it is right, okay. Well, I hope it works out. But... I don't want to kill him. Sciens quietly listened to my shaky voice. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hate him for what he's done. I want him to feel the pain and suffering Adolf and the children experienced. But if I do that, I would end up dirtying the road ahead of us. The one you chose when you said you wouldn't sacrifice anyone anymore. Yeah, I guess that would count as... Okay. Alright. This was so frustrating. Still, I wanted to be worthy of walking the path alongside him.
本当にいいのか?
Yes. I'll carry this hatred with me to Hades.
そうか。ならお前に代わり、俺がこいつに引導を渡そう。
He wrapped his arm around me. I let him pull me close to him. Then did my best to look at Donuts.
聞こえているだろう、ダート。
He began speaking to the former deputy director who had deceived him.
お前の野望は完全についえた。お前の協力者たちもじきに全員捕まる。そうなれば、クリスティーヌの蘇生は永遠にかなわない。
Donut's body twitched upon hearing the reality Sciens laid out.
だがお前の望みである普通の人間へ至る道は今俺が開きつつある。と言っても停滞を選び続けた俺を見ていたお前は信じられないかもしれんな。
Sciens went through his memories from back when Donut mentioned that he didn't have a backup.
だからこそここで契約する。もしも俺が道を違え、誰かを犠牲にしたり、呪いに抗うことを諦めたその時は、そこから目覚め、いつでも俺を殺しに来い。
What are you doing? This was Sciens' way of saying goodbye. He was trying to change this country with me by his side as he ascended to a new realm. And now, he wanted to fulfill that promise in a different fashion. Sciens held me in his arms, as if to show me to Donut's end.
二人の神がこの国の倫理を正していく光景をお前はここから見ていろ。
Yay, my god too.
俺たちは
She, we, whatever.
お前が焦がれた普通の国であの宣言を達成する。
He smiled boldly at the man who would likely never wake up again. Sciens' declaration didn't reach the unconscious soul. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but it seemed almost as if the sleeping donut smiled for a moment.
Ah, いい風が吹いているわね。なんだか今日はいいことが起きそうな気がするわ。あなたも青空の上からこのアルペシェールを見守っているのかしら、リアム。
Arpachel, now freed from the curse, was filled with the proud and beautiful lycorises in full bloom.
お前たちか。
When I turned around, I saw the twins who had inherited the likeness of both Sciens and myself running toward me. They did! I guess we didn't get to see the wedding and all that, but okay, I'm still happy.
お父様捕まえた。遊んでほしいの。
I would love to see what they look like. I don't know if we will, but the twins grabbed onto my legs with innocent smiles.
お前たちは何年経っても甘え上手だな。一体誰に似たのか。
I reached down and lifted the twins into my arms. They were growing steadily and were much heavier now. It wouldn't be long before I could no longer carry them like this.
お父様、お母様とお話ししてたの？
ああ、近況を報告していた。きっとセレスもお前たちの成長を喜んでいる。
Did Sciens die in childbirth? As I spoke, I looked down at the grave where their mother and my wife slept. It had already been 4 years since Sciens passed away. Sciens died, not because I couldn't find a cure to the curse in time, and not by the hands of others. Sciens chose to burn through the last embers of her life to bear the twins. Yep. After the curse was lifted and Arpachel became a stable country, I officially took Sciens' hand in marriage and made her my wife. The days we spent as the Brophy's family were filled with pure happiness. I could still remember every fond touch we shared with one another. I firmly believed that those happy days would continue forever. What changed it all was the discovery that Sciens had become pregnant. The day she was to give birth finally arrived. During Cerez's delivery, her situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Cerez was beginning to lose her life, along with profuse amounts of blood. Cerez would die if she delivered the babies. It also meant that, were she to give them up, she would be saved. Without any hesitation, I chose to save Cerez instead of the children, but she responded. Sciens, save our children. I couldn't say no to her wish. It was because Cerez placed her faith in me as a god. It was because I promised her I would fulfill her every wish. After some agonizing thoughts,
わかった。見ていろ。
I promised that I would make Cerez's wish come true. To be honest, I didn't recall much about the twins' birth. Before I knew it, my subordinates had delivered twins and quickly took them to the other room. Only I and Cerez, who was about to die, were left behind. I could hear the digital pulse coming from the device attached to her getting weaker.
セレス、待っていろ。すぐに。
I'll save you. I wanted to say that, but I simply couldn't. Even if I were a god, I still needed time to perform any miracle that could save a human. Cerez probably knew her time was up. She trembled as she took my hand. I promised you that I would be with you until the very end. I'm sorry that I can't keep my promise. She gazed at me with teary eyes, as if to burn my image into them. Please, live together with our children. I love you, my dear, precious God. She passed away, loving me until the end. I was stunned by the thought that only I and the children were left. The moment I came to the understanding that Cerez was no longer in this world, I fell to despair, and any remaining faith I had was immediately shattered. Before long, I released the Reliver technology that I had sealed away. I was ready to revive Cerez, no matter what it took, but as I looked at the babies I planned to use as ingredients, reality struck. They were crystals Cerez left behind. Proof that she had lived life to to the fullest.
そうか。お前たちは俺にこのまま生き続けろというのか。
The baby's innocent eyes seemed to tell me that I wasn't allowed to manipulate Ceres' life. I spat out an entire life's worth of regrets and...
帰るか。俺たち家族の家に。
I gave up on bringing Ceres back to life. Since then, I worked as a researcher and father, raising the twins to the best of my ability. Karun, who heard the news of Ceres' departure, offered help to raise the children. Uncle Yves. And with their help, the children matured to the point where they could walk and speak on their own. The memory of Ceres never once faded from my mind. I could clearly remember her form and her voice, the remembrance of which often left me devastated.
ねえお父様、お母様はどんな人だったの？
その話なら何度もしただろう。
何度だって聞きたいの。お母様のお話をするとき、お父様はすごく優しく笑うから。
そうか。
The two children in front of me were proof that the path I took were not wrong.
お前たちの母は度胸もなくよく泣く陰鬱な女だったが、それ以上に美しく優しい死神だった。あいつがいなければ今の神としての俺はなかっただろう。そしてお前たちのことを俺の次、世界で2番目に愛していた。
The twins listened on with sparkling eyes as I spoke to them about the mother they never knew. I could only hope that the brightness of their eyes would not dull by the time they reached adulthood.
お父様はやっぱりお母様のことが大好きなのね。
違うな。大好きじゃない。愛しているんだ。
僕たち子供だからまだわかんないよ。
Yeah, they'll learn one day. With the children in my arms, I crouched down to the grave, knowing what my son meant.
子供たちの姿が見えるか、セレス。毎日のように成長を続けているから、お前も驚いているだろう。この輝く生命は、お前が命を懸けて守ったんだ。
All the while, trembling with pain and fearing death herself.
普通の人間の一生は長いようで短い。子供たちは瞬時に成長し、俺も老いるだろう。その時こそ、お前と永遠にあるべく迎えに行く。
Which was why
俺のためのサンドイッチでも作りながら気長に待っているんだな。
gonna be a lot of sandwiches waiting for him when he gets there. I was sad, but I felt no despair. I could say with confidence that I was the happiest in the world with Sciens by my side. The wind blew, sending petals in the air from the purple lycrases that began to bloom after the curse was lifted. The sight felt like it was Sciens' response to my promise.
俺もこの数年で夢を見るようになったものだ。
I was spending time speaking to someone deceased, thinking about life after death, things I would never have done before. This very sentiment was what I learned from Sciens.
子供たちといい、俺はお前に与えられてばかりだな。今日は少し冷える。風邪をひく前に屋敷に戻るぞ。
I lifted the children up again and headed to the mansion.
私もいつかお父様とお母様みたいな夫婦になりたいな。僕も。
相手がいないだろう。
イブおじちゃんと結婚するもん。
It's too old for you.
じゃあ僕はサロメおばあちゃんと。
それは俺が許さん。
Not one. And with that comment, he just now felt exactly what Salome felt when they told her Sciens was gonna move in with him. Of all the choices, with a deep sigh, I placed my hand on the door. Yes, I'll be waiting. I felt like I just heard a delayed response coming from somewhere. I turned around to look at the grave where Sciens slept. Perhaps it was my subconsciousness or my desires playing tricks on me. Or maybe...
どちらでもいいか。
Before I went inside, I spoke to Sciens.
愛しているぞ、俺の死神。俺の命はお前のものだ。俺が寿命を全うしたその時は、お前が俺の魂を刈り取りに来い。
If I were to offer up my life to anyone, I wanted it to be to her. This was my way of asking for her hand in marriage once again. I felt as though the shadow from the grave was smiling gently at me. I'm happy they got to live out some of their life and have kids. But it's also bittersweet. Hopefully in the other end, she lives. So I got like 2 or 3 of the answers wrong. Because I only got 2 Lycris images. And I'm pretty... If the other ones are anything to go by, you have to get at least all of them, or only one is allowed to be wrong. But we'll do the like fast forward thing and we'll answer the questions right. And we'll see if the ending changes. Which I'm pretty sure it will. I don't know how much, but we'll see how. So load. No, that's Mathis. I think this, yeah, this was the first choice, I think. So we'll go from here. I think this was the correct one. Yes. I'm supposed to just say nothing.
嫌な予感しかしないが、なぜそうも拗ねた顔をするのかな。
And you thought it was special because Cian gave me his lab coat as a hand-me-down.
よりにもよって、そちらに嫉妬するのかい？
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry for teasing you. It looked like Anko wasn't very happy, but... When he saw me giggling, he tilted his head curiously. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking that you started to show a more human side, Anko.
人間味?
Yes. Before it seemed that you hated Cian for defining how long mortals could live, but... now it feels like you're arguing with Cian over personal matters and emotions. It's refreshing seeing you like this, and I'm happy about it.
それは...
It's like you stopped seeing him the way you used to. I believe you decided to watch over us, while trusting the choices we make. Which hopefully those choices are right choices. Because let's not die again and leave our husband and children alone. Or behind. I mean, that would be ideal. But if that must be so, then... well, at least she left something behind for him. And at least he's not talking to himself. In his head. Alone. Alright. Jump to the next choice. Large enough? If anything, it's more than enough, and it's too much for us. Isn't this place too much for just the two of us?
二人？何を言う？将来的には最低でもあと二人、子供が増える予定だろうが。
I wonder if it's because I got this question wrong that ending happened, because that, you know, they do like kind of like, if that is so, I wouldn't be surprised. Although it's probably more than that, but you know. Well, I guess, but
研究所との往復が手間だが、お前との時間が増えると思えば、十分益があると考えていいだろう。どうだセレス。ここで俺と共に暮らす気はあるか？
Sciens spoke in a hopeful way that didn't force me to agree with him. I'd agree either way. And yet, look left. In this situation, right is not right. Left is right. Wait. I looked to the left and tried to fit the pieces where they were. Yeah, ever so slightly. Yep, there's the door we asked before. The dark emotion inside me was screaming that he had taken away my family. But we're not supposed to kill him. But I don't want to kill him. Sciens quietly listened to my shaking voice. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hate him for what he's done. I want him to feel the pain and suffering Adolf and the children experienced. But if I do that, I would end up dirtying the road ahead of us. The one he chose when you said he wouldn't sacrifice anyone anymore. This was so frustrating. Still, I wanted to be worthy of walking that path alongside him.
本当にいいのか？
No, but let's do it. Yes. I'll carry this hatred with me to Hades.
そうか。ならお前に代わり、俺がこいつに引導を渡そう。
Yeah, I think this is the last question, so we'll just go from here. He wrapped his arm around me. I let him pull me close, then did my best to look at Donuts.
聞こえているだろう、ダート。
He began speaking to the former deputy director who had deceived him.
お前の野望は完全についえた。お前の協力者たちもじきに全員捕まる。
You know, actually, we can fast forward. Let's do that. I think it's this one? No, that's not. Why? Yeah, okay. And then if anything new does happen, it'll stop.
非情でわがままで傲慢な神様。
No.
人の心を理解できないあなたはこの世の誰より哀れで無様な存在だ。
きっとあなたは生涯この胸を裂くほどの心地よい痛みを理解することはないのでしょうね。
I'm pretty sure this was Cerez's parents.
かわいそう。
かわいそうです。あまりに哀れすぎて欲したところで得られぬ呪いをこの命でかけてしまいそう。
I mean, that's a bit extreme, but... My eyes opened from a dream of the past. I had recognized the house of my parents, to which I had just returned. Sleeping with her head on my chest was Cerez.
戻ってすぐ落ち込んでいたセレスを慰めたのだったか。
She held her emotions down and put her trust in me. I found it so lovely that I kept whispering my love to her again and again. Cerez blushed and buried her face in my chest once more.
愛らしかった。
I kissed Cerez's cheek, which was still marked by tears. It was then that I noticed the golden hair that framed her face. The color reminded me of the woman who appeared in my dreams.
ずいぶん半端に呪われたものだ。
Though they would never know it. I understand now how heart-wrenching pain felt. To think I would ever want a woman this much. The Sciens Brophies back then could not have imagined such a thing ever happening. It is not my way to believe in curses cast by humans, but
もしもその呪いが俺とこいつを出会わせたのなら、それだけは感謝してもいい。
then it's not so much a curse than a blessing. Let's not tell him about what we just watched, Red. If a future existed in which I lost Cerez, the curse cast by those two in my dream would accomplish its mission and lead me to despair. They could hate me all they wanted for not saving them, but
その呪いだけは成就させん。
I would never let go of my lifelong partner. With the majority of the underground passage investigated, I was finally ready to capture those who sided with donuts.
エクソシスト教団
No, that's in your
は
background.
これ以上犠牲者が出ないよう解体し、クロードの末っ子ホムンクルスの延命処置は俺の方で引き受けるが。
Okay, so during that whole thing, they probably did find out about Malthus and Jan. Gian. Even with my experiments, I wouldn't make any necessary even with my experiments, I wouldn't make any unnecessary sacrifices. Especially when it came to those I knew. After all,
いずれ俺とセレスの結婚式に招待するメンツだからな。
声に出ているよ、シアン・ブロフィワーズ。採血中だというのに大真面目に何を言っているのかな。
he's like, this is a very important topic.
ああ、そうだったな。
I finished drawing the vial of blood and planned on making no careful attempt at sticking him for the next draw.
相変わらずお前の血管は見つけづらいな。いっそ腕を切断した方が早い。
I mean, yes, he can grow it back, but let's not.
言いつつ本当に実行しようとするんじゃない。
やったところですぐに傷は塞がるだろ
う。必要もないのに無駄な血を流すつもりはないよ。かつてならともかく、今の私は完全なる抗体を有しているからね。行ってきたりとも無駄にはできない。
I finally found a vein and inserted the needle into it to extract the key ingredient for the antidotes. Perhaps he was bored and asked,
特効薬作りは順調かい?
The Watchman of Death asked as if striking up a conversation.
今のところはな。やはり抗体があると違う。余計な妨害さえなければ遅くとも2年後には完成するだろう。
そうか。
I confirmed that the second vial was filled sufficiently with its reddish black blood.
ところで、外の国の人間の恋愛は、俺とあいつの紡ぐものと相違ないか？
なんだい急に。そんなの国々によって違うに決まっているだろ。何
？The professed watchman of death stopped with a bewildered look on his face. A few seconds later, his frown deepened as he finally understood why I asked him that question.
いつ気づいたんだ？
元から死の番人など信じていない。確信したのはお前自ら抗体の提供を申し出た時だ。
Yeah, he did say he didn't believe in such a supernatural being as what Anko claimed to be. So naturally there would have to be a more realistic answer.
毒素の影響を受けず抗体をその身で作ることができる生命は23より先を生きる外の普通の人間以外いないからな。
Well, he already has what he needs. So this time around, he's not going to be experimenting on it. Well, I guess it was Adolf then, it's Anko now. But they're the same person, so... I don't think his knowing this will, I'm pretty sure it won't hurt. I put away his extracted blood into a secure box, Has his silence confirmed my assumption?
何セレスには黙っておいてやるから心配するな。同胞のお前はあいつにとって家族とはまた別の拠り所となっているようだからな。
気遣い感謝するよ。
Why would a person from the outside world go to such lengths for Ceres's well-being? I didn't know why. And I had no intention of digging for answers. I could also tell that the person in front of me didn't want me to pursue his identity as well.
それで今の質問の答えは？俺とあいつの愛は世界基準に達しているか？
達しているどころか呆れるぐらいに凌駕しているよ。
That's positive.
のろけに付き合わされるこちらが胸焼けをしてしまいそうなぐらいだ。
うん、そうか。
As Ceres said, it seemed my love was far greater than that of the common rabble. It's like I'm even superior in this field. Naturally. I was satisfied to hear that his assessments supported my hypothesis.
まったく本当に君はあのシアンとは似ていない。だが今の君にならこれを預けても構わないか。
Oh, okay. I mean, I actually was gonna say what the gun, but then I'm like, no, that's ridiculous. But okay, it is. So, why? The watchman pulled out an iron device from his pockets and presented it to me. Upon closer inspection, my mind immediately recognized its function and purpose.
火薬を用いた飛び道具か。
That's another way to explain it? Describe it?
一目で理解するとはさすがだね。拳銃という私の元いた場所で普及していた武器だ。厳密には前の歴史の君が開発した未来の武器なのだが。
Oh, he made it. Oh, I don't know, because yeah, I do remember him saying something about, like, in Anko's original timeline, Sciens, you know, he made a time machine, which is how Anko is here. And he went to another country to create it, or help in its creation. So that's probably where he also developed the weapons. I'm like, how did they get out of the country in the first place? I guess if Sciens created like an airship or something. Probably more like a hot air balloon. That would be easier to create. I assumed it was fine for me to touch it, so I took hold of it.
ほ
Weaponry was not my expertise, but I was surprised by how easy it was to handle. It used explosive powder to propel a lead projectile toward its targets. The concept was rather simple, but it could prove quite deadly. This gun might even be the world's smallest weapon.
人をたやすく殺せるその武器を君に預ける。
He's like, if you ever hurt Saraz, use it on yourself.
いざという時はそれを使い、セレスの命を守ってほしい。
That too. But the other one, you know, that would have been, I totally could have seen Anko say that.
もっとも、君ならばすぐに同じものを自力で作れるだろうがね。
なるほど。
A weapon that could take someone's life with no effort at all.
消せないな、死の番人。お前は俺を警戒していたとあいつから聞いているぞ。俺がこれを軍事利用するとは思わないのか？
前の君相手ならば、それこそ存在自体を秘匿していただろう。だが今の君ならば、その技術を守るために使ってくれるだろう。
Instead of responding, I simply put the gun in my pockets. As he implied, Arbichel was undergoing rapid change. Having weapons like this would help eliminate impending danger.
死ぬまで返さんぞ。いいな。
構わないとも。むしろ君と彼女の長い人生を見届けたその時こそ、私もまた返されたその銃で万人としての役目を終える時だ。
What, you're not gonna look after our kids? What's gonna happen to Uncle Anko? I mean, surely the kids will. The country's only so big. They're gonna run into him at some point. It seemed he really was a human who wished only for Cereza's happiness. But that didn't mean I'd let him have her. Instead,
礼を言う。セレスは俺が普通の人間にしてみせる。安心しろ。
I would form a contract with him in my own terms. Jesus, he's just forming contracts left and right, isn't he? He looked at me in a stupor, as though he didn't understand what I was saying, but then...
まさか君からそんなことを言われる時が来るとはね。複雑極まりないが、情けなく生き延びた甲斐があったというものだ。
In this timeline, he may not have ended up with her, but he's able to see her obtain a happy future. He muttered that now he was ready to die at any time.
老けるのは早いぞ、ジジイ。お前には俺とセレスの子を抱くという仕事が残っているだろ
う。あまりにも気が早すぎるし、お前にだけはジジイと言われたくないんだが。
I mean, yeah, he's 80, but you're 800. No, it's actually, I think it's 600 something. The professed watchman of death yelled that he was going to live even longer, and I couldn't help but laugh. It had been a month since Sciens parted ways with his comrade and rival Donuts. Every day had been busy as Arpachel slowly but surely moved toward a future in which the curse was lifted.
臨床テストオールクリア。今日から生産するリライバーには新型メモリーを実装する。ショックを肩代わりするダミーメモリーは俺が作成したものを使用。全員準備に入れ。はっ。セレス、お前は覚醒したリライバーの誘導とケアに当たれ。
Got it.
1時間後に新法令決議の会議を。
So I guess her job is to like
議員を全員城に呼べ。
you know. I don't know. What is her job? I'm sure it's something similar, like just taking care of them and getting them like situated into their new bodies. Understood. I'll also contact thieves and the others as guards.
経済格差の解
We
決
should just officially make
差
them
別
our
の
guard.
解消やはり国民の意識を変えるには定期的な説明と幼少期からの教育が重要かと。
教科書の調整はクロード家に任せてください。ですが大多数大人の意識を変えるには王族の罪の公表以外に根底的な意識改革が必要で。
対策を考える。2日待て。
シアンさんですか。研究所への襲撃を企てていたこの衛兵の潜伏先を見つけました。警備兵を派遣してくれればこのまま全員捕まえます。
俺も合流する。
Look at us getting stuff done.
そろそろ交代が尽きる頃合いではないかな、シアン・ブロフィワーズ。血の提供がてら研究の進捗を聞こうじゃないか。
研究室に来い。セレスの近況とともに聞かせてやる。
He's like, I'm telling you that whether you want it or not. I need to brag. That's a lot of silence. He's still asleep after rolling off the sofa and onto the floor. I really should put him back on, but I don't want to wake him up. Thank you very much for working hard for us every day, Sciens. Sciens?
なんだ
He returned from the Institute past midnight. As Sciens scratched his head, while running his pen over the documents, I carefully called out his name. I hate to bother you, but you really should get some rest. You haven't slept well for the past 8 days or so.
Hmm?
It's only midnight. I mean, look at us. It's 1:41. We're fine. We've been doing this for like years. Which probably isn't healthy, but you know, it's already been so long. The consequences already happened. So yeah, I think I read something that like when you don't get a proper amount of sleep, like when you stay up like all night, what your brain would need a week in order to recover from that. Like a week of actual proper bed rest to recover from that. So like that's quite a long time if I've been doing this years. But yeah, like oh well. Sciens raised his head up with sleepy eyes, as if bewildered by my comments.
そんなに経過していたのか。全く気づかなかった。
You really didn't notice how long it's been? I don't... I have the same issue. As you can see by the 5 hours and 43 minutes we've been going. No wonder he'd been at it the whole time. Only finding gaps between work to get some sleep.
心配するな。これが終わったら寝る。替えの肉体がない今、以前のような無茶はできんからな。
It's like, damn, I actually have to take care of myself. So, when do you think you'll be done with your current work?
3時には終わる。先に寝ていろ。
I completely saw that happening. This happening because, like, I'm like... completely relatable. And personally, Sciens is quite relatable to me. Which is one of the reasons why I like him so much. Why I'm fond of him. If I'm not mistaken, doesn't work start at 5 in the morning? I mean, I've done it before. Not often, but I've done it before. Although sometimes I'm like, I only have 2 hours, like, not worth it. Just stay up. I didn't think sleeping for 2 hours counted as sleep. Yes. Sciens had gotten much busier ever since he parted ways with Donuts. He had been working to help those nearing death, researching the memory crash, and developing a new memory bank model. He was also working on drafting a new law, and papers to prove that the royal family was behind the illegal experiments. In addition, he was developing an antidote using Anko's blood to fight toxins. As it stood, Sciens' plate was full of matters that only he could handle. What should I do? He really needs to sleep today, or his health is going to worsen. I'm gonna save. That's what I'm gonna do. I need to get the right answer. I'm lonely? I mean, he wanted us to be direct, right? I hope this is right. I doubt he'd listen to me if I ask him like I usually do. Try it. It is. Okay, good. I sat on the bed and dealt him my final blow. Could you... maybe... Could you please share your warmth with me tonight? With a pillow in my arms, I asked him for company like a child. I'm sorry. I should get to sleep. The next moment, he tossed the pen from his hand and quickly slipped in the bed next to me. I love it. I love it. Sciens? Aww. Oh, this is so cute! I looked at his beautiful Aster mark as he moved closer to me under the warm bedsheet.
お前にはかなわんな。
Apparently not. He's just like, okay, here we go. He's just like... Am I bothering you again?
そうだな。お前が移動しすぎて困っている。 俺を死なせまいとするそのけなげさがたまらない。
I blushed as he gently played with my hair.
だが明日以降はそこまで心配しなくて済むぞ。昨日全リライバーのメモリー検査が終わったからな。今までよりは時間に余裕ができるはずだ。
Yay! Really?
こんなことで嘘をついてどうする。明日は午後から休みを取った。久しぶりに二人で出かけるぞ。
Shopping?
それもあるが、お前が俺の将来の伴侶だということを改めて国民に周知する。
This guy. It's gonna be shouting to the whole plaza. I'm making this woman my wife. Like, let's hurry up and go back home. I'm embarrassed.
最近のお前は俺を愛している影響か、ますます美しくなってきたからな。変な虫が近づかないようここで牽制しておきたい。
But I'm not.
ほう、俺が愛する女の魅力をその口で否定すると。
That's not it. But I don't mean to say that.
すまん。お前はからかいがいがあるものだからついな。
They're cute together. Sciens gently laid a kiss on my temple to make me feel better. Feel better.
嫌なら無理強いはしない。人の視線は得意じゃないだろう。
It's true that it isn't easy for me, but strangely enough, I wasn't against his idea. I'm also a little worried that other women are thinking about you. I'd like everyone to know that you're my lover. Naturally, there were many women who admired Sciens. Like this one. It wasn't uncommon for me to hear girls and women talking about how handsome he was as I walked around Cernaval. Of course, I had never pictured Sciens with another woman besides me, but Sciens Brofes was undoubtedly a man. I sometimes wondered to myself how I should let people know that Ceres was his lover. Sciens looked at me with widened eyes, surprised by what I just said. You don't like jealous girls like me? I tucked the bedsheet closer to try to hide my embarrassments.
今、本当に危険を感じた。
He really likes it.
明日の予定を決めたばかりだというのに、お前を徹底的に愛したくなった。
as if to say he wouldn't actually do it. Sciens then wrapped his arms around me, like I was a stuffed toy.
我慢する代わりに今夜は俺の抱き枕になれ、セレス。
It was so adorable how Sciens would say this when he was actually the one helping me fall asleep. I'm your maid, your employee, your automated sandwich dispenser, and now your hugging pillow. We're very busy. We have... And we'll be adding wife to that too soon.
これからも増えていきそうだな。
Mm-hmm. I'm happy with any name. As long as it comes from you, Sciens.
言ったな。今後どんな故障になろうと後悔するなよ。
I hugged him back, and we quietly fell asleep. There were still a lot of things to do. We might even have to face many trials in the future. Despite that, I know I can keep walking as long as I'm with Sciens. The licorice petals that would one day turn red or white were flying in the air above Arpachel. As the black snow petals fluttered across the town, as if to show that we were lovers, Sciens and I were walking through Coin, arm in arm. The one known as Death, with God who announced that I was his lover. The people around us whispered, and I could feel their curious gazes.
問題ないか、セレス。
Yes. I'm sure everyone looking at us is only temporary. I walked together with Sciens as we enjoyed the view of flowers adorning the houses.
あのお方には他にふさわしい女性がいるはずなのに。
I could hear people whisper in such a way. So... rather than give a forced smile, I made sure to smile with confidence and happiness. I didn't let go of Sciens' arm, and we continued our walk through the streets. To be honest, I wasn't really sure how I should react to the murmurs, but judging by Sciens' gentle smile, it seemed I was doing fine. I kept my head up and walked proudly as we went on our way. Seeing us walk as equals, people gradually began saying,
素敵。
リライバーから普通の人間になればあんな素敵な恋ができるのか。
They began longing and imagining, and they also began wanting that precious emotion that could only be felt by becoming something imperfect.
そうか。これだけでよかったのか。
Sciens nodded with satisfaction, seeing the people's opinions change. What do you mean?
俺はこの国を救うと決めたが、その未来には一つだけ懸念点があった。俺と王族が原因で倫理観が完全に歪んだ国民たちが、
That is very true.
果たしてこの変革についていけるのかと。
Well, I couldn't deny it myself. From their point of view, the world as they knew it would collapse and be replaced by a new set of laws and morals. Perhaps they wouldn't be more afraid than confused. It wouldn't be surprising if they resisted the changes.
だがたった今、答えを得た。
We have to go on walks more often and be lovey-dovey.
何が正しく、何が間違っているのか。教えは必要だが、押し付けるだけでは意味がない。変革の先にあるものに焦がれさせることができて初めて、この国の人間は本当の意味で変わることができるのだろう。俺とお前が手本になることによって。
So yes. As if to show off to the public, Sciens embraced me without hesitation. My heart began to race. Sciens' body temperature rose the moment our heartbeats synced. The sound and the heat. I could tell by those two things that Sciens truly loved me from the bottom of his heart. Sciens is simply amazing. Love was merely an illusion to me as death, spreading misfortune to others. But now he shared with me a new love that would change the country. I gazed at him without fear of being seen. Without any hesitation, he laid a kiss onto Death's lips. His beautiful eyes promised me that we would overcome any hardship.
あの時、ダハトに宣言したように、俺たちこそが民の熱狂の手本となるぞ。将来の伴侶殿。お前と俺が紡ぐこの恋こそが、アルペシェールを変える無情の恋にして愛だ。
He spoke with emotion beyond that of a god. See, and since we have images, we know this is the right ending. That's my computer background. love that scene there. Like, that's one of my favorite scenes in the original game. I wonder if there'll be anything like after, if this is, or if it will, well, sometimes there is. We'll see. This one really is cute. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hello, Adolf, everyone. The weather is really nice today. It had been 2 years now. I was here once again to offer my prayer to the graves covered by bouquets of flowers. It's been peaceful recently. I told them about the changes that were happening in the country. The parliamentary system was finally established, and they've established laws to protect the people. The royal family was exiled to a nearby island. I'm sure the tragedy that struck before would never happen again. This was the future that Adolf and many others were not able to reach. Even though I'm sad, the black lycorices, growing around the grave, swayed as if nestled close to me. Thank you. Was I about to cry again? I gave my thanks to the kind lycorices and wiped the pathetic tears from my eyes. So it's been 2 years already. Longing for the kind of love God had shown, more people were nurturing love, and fewer children were being sent to orphanages. I was sure Milo and the others would soon set goals for their future and leave the facility. It was now my job, as presiding deputy, to see them off on their journey. I'm sure he will find a cure to the curse one day. So I doubt I'll be able to see you all anytime soon. So please, wait patiently. I didn't feel despair from not seeing them, but hope that I would someday. I rested the bouquet of golden flowers on the grave where my dear family slept, then took my leave.
あら、セレス。姿が見えないと思っていたら、アドルフたちのところに行っていたの？
Yes. The flowers were blooming beautifully in the garden, so I wanted to show them the flowers from the mansion's garden.
そう。あの子たちもきっと喜んでくれていると思うわ。それにしても、ここ最近 こちらに来てもらってばかりじゃない？私としてはとても助かっているけれど、たまには屋敷でゆっくり過ごしたらどう？
It's too empty there when he's busy with work. Well, I stuttered at Mother's suggestion. It wasn't as though I didn't want to, but... well... staying at the mansion is... I feel a bit uneasy sitting still, because I keep thinking about it.
家事をしたり、子供たちと遊ぶことで自分を落ち着かせていると？
Yes. Mother smiled happily, knowing what I was referring to.
無理もないわね。状況が細かく報告されているあなたなら特に。
Mother looked around us to make sure the children weren't nearby, then whispered into my ear.
特効薬の完成、いよいよ近づいているんでしょ？
Yes. I simply couldn't wait for the result we had been looking forward to all these years. After taking care of whatever matters were pending, Sciens focused his efforts on creating an antidote. I also helped by living with him to support his needs while working. And now, 2 years had passed, and the antidote would halt the effects of the curse. That would halt the effects of the curse was about finished. As Sciens' research neared completion, he began spending his days and nights at the Institute. I hadn't seen him for the past few months. That said, one of the employees at the Institute did tell me that it would take a few more months until completion. I told Mother about the report I received from one of Sciens' direct reports, who had come to check on me.
あなたのリコリスとしての体質も1年前に治って、その上長年この国を苦しめていた呪いまでなくなるなんて、本当によかった。
It was a long road. But everything's nearing its completion.
その瞬間が来たら、アドルフたちもきっと祝福してくれるはずだわ。
Yes, I'm sure. Happiness and sorrow. Mother and I looked up at the gentle sky above Arperchel as the two opposite emotions embraced our hearts. Even if this country would be saved, I would never forget the pain of the past or those I'd lost. I would cry, grieve, and remember them as many times as needed. I could do this because beside me was a graceful God who would forgive me for it. The blue expanse spread before my eyes was so beautiful that I wanted to cry. After helping with the chores at the orphanage, I said goodbye to Mother and headed back to Chetta's. My daily routine recently had been to do some knitting as I waited for Sciens to return from his long absence. I hope Sciens is doing okay. For all I know, he might be pushing himself near collapse. I had been delivering food to the Institute for him to eat, but everyone is so busy that I hadn't had the opportunity to check on him. No, he's fine. There's no way Sciens would ever collapse before he gets rid of the curse. It's like someone knocks on the door. It's like, hey, Sciens collapsed, so we're bringing him home. He will keep our promise and return safely. I know it. All I needed to do was be patient and believe in him. That was that. There's a ghost child here of an alternate timeline. I awoke to innocent voices. I opened my eyes to find myself in a dark world. And there I saw fluttering and swaying, two small lights were gently hovering before my eyes. Who are you? For some reason, I was sure that those lights were alive. I tried to ask their names, but
ちょっと早いけど会いに来ちゃった。優しそうな人、早く会いたいな。
the two lights, no, the two humans didn't answer my question, but began circling around me. They flew around me playfully for a while, then
待ってるよ、僕たち。遠い未来で待ってる。それまでは不愛想だけど優しいおじちゃんと一緒に遊んでるから。
I guess adults up there. A little sour they're not his, but and that he's dead, but
私たちのことはいつか迎えに来てくれればいいから。あの人が外にいるよ。迎えに行ってあげて。
they continued chatting in a friendly way, and were about to disappear. Wait! I tried to stop them, but it was too late. I reached out to hold the lights in my hand, but all I found in my palm was a gentle warmth, like that of a newborn child. It seemed I fell asleep while keeping warm near the fireplace. I don't remember much. But I feel like I just had a strangest dream. I opened my eyes and looked at the clock to discover that it was well past midnight. Oh no, look at the time. I'd better change my clothes and get ready for tomorrow. I knew it was strange for me to think this, but I feel like I should look at the front door. It's just seeing collapse the stairs up by the front door. I feel like there's something outside. The weather was nice today, so perhaps it was a good change of pace to go and see the moon tonight. With that thought in mind, I quietly made my way out of the mansion. I opened the door to see the moonlight shine upon me. I looked around and...
セレスか?
A shadow stepped boldly upon the gentle path of lights from the moonlight. My beloved had appeared in front of me, for the first time in many months. I'd nearly forgotten what you looked like. Nah. I won't lie though, I would be kind of annoyed if my... I guess he's her boyfriend right now. I don't think he proposed, so... Like, not officially. But if he just, like... didn't come back for multiple months.
なんだ?
It wasn't an illusion. Sciens! I realized then just how much loneliness had been building up inside me until that moment. Before I knew it, I dashed down the stairs to see him eye to eye as he was coming up the stairs. Welcome home! I was so worried since I haven't seen you in so long.
ああ、連絡もろくに入れられなくてすまなかったな。しかし、こんな時間まで起きていたのか。
I just happened to be up. I was so happy to see Sciens again. Each time I saw him, my heart beat with a joy that didn't stop. I'm not a child, so I need to restrain myself. Oh no. I'm pretty sure he doesn't mind. In order to settle my excitement, I asked him a question. So, what brings you home? I thought you weren't going to come back until...
何を言う?
He chuckled as he smiled.
研究が終わったからこうして戻ってきたんだぞ。
Huh? You finished early! With a smile still on his face, he took out a single vial. It was filled with some kind of beautiful liquid. It can't be. Was he serious? Is that the antidote?
正解だ。
The shock was so great that I was at a loss for words. But how? The person you sent told me that I was going to take a few more months.
俺を誰だと思っている？
I know you got.
普通の人間の想定など、神ならば超えて当然だろう。
I mean, shouldn't be surprised. He can solve something that the researchers have been working years on in the span of like 15 minutes, though. We shouldn't be too surprised. The sparkling liquid reflected the moonlight, containing within it the power that would pave the way toward a new future. The moment my brain understood this, Adolf, everyone, I burst into tears at the memory of those who would never see this future.
お前なら喜ぶよりも先に最初にあいつらを思うだろうと思っていた。俺に劣らず死を直視するようになったな。それでこそ俺が選んだ死神にふさわしい。
He then stared at me and put the vial away.
これが完成したらお前に告げようとしていた言葉がある。
Is he gonna propose now? Huh? Sciens knelt down and took my left hand, and tears began spilling from my eyes.
結婚するぞ、セレス。
God's majestic declaration resounded with dignity through the world I lived in. It seemed all movement and sound had gone still. In this silent space, the only thing that was certain and absolute was the future Sciens had said would come to be. But Mary? It was as though I had to repeat the word to confirm the meaning of it.
そうだ。俺はお前のすべてが欲しい。だから、俺の妻になれ。いや、俺の妻になってくれ、セレス。
As if he were simply obeying the heartbeats of his memory. He confessed his love with deep passion. I could tell Sciens was anxiously waiting for my reply. Just as he said before, it seemed he was merely a man when in front of me. If so, I wanted to express my joy to him as a woman in turn. Yes, Yes. I love you and I want to be your wife. I answered him clearly, as I looked at him anxiously to see if he heard my reply.
当然だ。俺の隣はお前以外に絶対に渡さん。
He spoke as if savoring his joy.
たとえお前が死神で亡くなろうとも、俺と共にあると誓え。俺もまたお前と共にあると誓う。
I love this. Yes. No matter what trials awaited us in the future, I promised I would never leave his side.
長生きするぞ、セレス。そうすれば、より長い間、お前を愛することができる。
I promise to love you forever, Sam. As your wife. Ceresbro, please. Tears of sorrow slowly changed into tears of joy. This time, we were bound by an oath. A pledge to live long into the future, sealed with a kiss. We kissed over and over again, as if reassuring one another that this wasn't just a dream.
愛しているぞ、俺の死神。俺の初恋と生涯の愛はお前だけのものだ。
God's love that surpassed the worlds died me fully under the beautiful moonlight nights. Later in the future, a certain myth was born here in Archel. There once was a very small country in this world, known as the country possessed by death. Its people had given up fighting death, but a certain capricious god created life that could be repeated, upon which the people relied in order to live their lives. This god met death, who understood the sanctity of life, and God soon fell in love. This country then went through a revolution. It didn't take long for it to be known as the country that did not give up on living a normal life. Death and the loving God went on to have beautiful children and grandchildren. The two lovers lived their lives together, and until the very last moments, when they took their final breaths, they loved each other and lived a life of happiness.
「結婚するぞ。俺の妻として愛され、幸福になるとこの場で誓え。俺もまたお前という死神にふさわしい神であり続けると誓う。俺の隣こそがお前の居場所だ。
We might not have gotten a wedding, CG, but we got a proposal, CG, and I'm happy. I'm trying not to cry. It's not working. I held out until the end, so it's good now. I'm loud. I'm satisfied with this. Sorry, I hope you're not hearing that. We'll let the opening go. What should we do next? Well, since we did Anko on stream, I guess we could do Anko. Or not Anko, sorry, Adolf. Alright, well there we go. Next time we play Verche, we'll be doing the going to be doing Adolf's not Encore, what's it called? Damn it. Emotion. Yeah, we'll be doing Adolf's. Or maybe even Mathis's. No. No, that's fine. I was thinking, maybe since I was working on Mathis's, Encore. So I was thinking we'd work on that. I still want to do more, but like, I don't think I've answered all the ones so far right. So we would probably get a bad end, and I wanna end it on a good note. So yeah, we'll end it here. Oh, I love it. I love Sciens. Worth it. It was worth all the pain and suffering. All the despair. Well, anyway, thank you for joining me with this. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, whether you're watching live or the VOD. And I know my streams are pretty long, but I hope you enjoyed it. Yes, I still haven't chosen which, but we'll be doing an indie game tomorrow. So we'll be doing that sometime tomorrow. And then next week we'll work more on Code Realize and on VOD and on Twisted Wonderland like we did this week. And another indie game probably. Or I'll remove one and have them swap out every week. I don't know. We'll see, but you know, those will be the main ones we'll be focusing on. Twisted Wonderland, the Fan Disc, and Code Realize. I forgot the name for a second. There's another game you want me to stream, another Otome game. Let me know. I have other ones I have are Olympia's Story, Cafe Enchants, Rip 7. Yeah, I think that's the name. P4. What's it called? Steam Prison. And what? You know what? Hakuoki Amnesia. I've finished Even If Tempest. Oh yes, I also have. What's it called? Virushana in Best of Fellows, but from my understanding, you're not allowed to stream Best of Fellows, or only allowed to stream like the common route or something. I heard that somewhere, so you know, we might not unless I have like confirmation. Oh yeah, and Cupid Parasite, but I'm already in the middle of that. Although I guess we could do our routes. So after I finish Gil, I will have a Raul and Alan left to do. Oh, and that other guy, I forget his name. Like fashion designer guy or something like that. But yeah, I have those. So if any of those, if you want me to stream any of those, you know, let me know and I'll fit it into the schedule. Or even if you want me to do any routes, then I'll make sure I can work on that to make sure it happens. So you know, let me know. Just like I guess at Blue Sky, and let me know if anyone wants something like that, or if you have an indie game you want me to play. Go ahead and let me know. They're on Blue Sky as well. And yeah, anyway, I guess that will be it. So, have a nice night, evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is. And sorry, I'm getting the overlay ready. The other thing. Hold on. Pause. That's it. Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. Okay. Anyway, yes. Good evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. And I hope to see you again. Mm. Not that one. This one. Oh, yeah. I need to move it up. Hold on. Hold on. I hope to see you again. And go ahead and follow my socials. Anyway, bye-bye. I'll leave this up for like a few seconds. Hmm. I'm so happy. I love my scene. Oh, yes, I needed to. Here we go. Alright,